Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the y'all mean of revolution. And white America is at war. God damn it, y'all, stop it. 22-year-old white man arrested, they say, for taking out the trash. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Salute, family. Well, the more and more, see, I was not paying attention to this guy before he got whacked. I got other shit to do. He ain't a geopolitical figure, and I'm focused on that. He's a racist bastard who I don't shed no tears. And now that boy who got locked up, I might put some on his books. The more I hear this dude disrespect any individual that we ever had any love for as a black man, he done found every way to do, and that's why they love him so much. You see what I'm saying? But he's not that bright. You know, he's a intellectual giant. That's a fucking lie. And it's people like this, it would salute, family, and it's people like this, roll up that good dinner, man. It's gonna be in there. It's cats like this who try to use their intellect, who have always been the ones to start the violence. They incite the violence. And that's why they loved him so much. He was good at inciting the violence. And that's why they so pissed. It's going to take, man, it may 10, 15 years, 20 years before they can get another clown like this, groom him, build him up to be where this dude was at and spread the type of hate he was spreading.
Charlie Kirk, unfortunately, is another victim of white-on-white violence. But don't worry, he died doing what he loved, trying to start a race war and supporting a genocide.
Hamas uses the kids as human shields on top of their military bases. It's called Judea and Samaria. It's not called Palestine.
You don't believe that Palestine has the right to exist?
No, everyone has a right to exist. Show me where it is. It's a non-existent place. I don't think the place exists.
What?
Because it doesn't. It's called Judea and Samaria. It's not called Palestine. There is no starvation in Gaza.
The war started because 13.
This dude don't have. I haven't heard one thing come out of his mouth that was. He came up with it. He is a parakeet. He's just a clean-cut parakeet who they fed him lines, and he was just the latest clean-cut young white guy to push their hate rhetoric. Not one thing have he said is like Charlie Kirk came up with this, and that was his gospel. No, he just was regurgitating bullshit other races say with a clean cut and baby face.
1,500 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction. Hamas started the war, and I don't see people that were really upset about the 2 million Germans that were killed in World War II, civilians. A tragic truth of war is that civilians die. I don't like it, and you don't like it. And they brought it upon themselves.
And so civilians are going to die, and that is a tragedy. And Hamas brought this upon themselves.
What happened to Charlie Kirk is exactly what he supports Israel doing to Palestinians in Gaza, where they are murdering over 100 Palestinians per day. Violence has no place in America. Save that shit for the brown kids we kill overseas. Supporting a genocide is not a simple political disagreement. So I'm going to show Charlie Kirk the same respect and death that he showed George Floyd, who he wouldn't allow to rest in peace. The same right-wing scum who shared memes of George Floyd dying are now expecting us to show respect for their dead Nazis. These people are such shameless hypocrites.
For the first time today, I heard how he drugged Dr. King, and that pissed me off. We have our own problems with Dr. King. They don't get to drag Dr. King, bro. They assassinate Dr. King, and Dr. King was a peace-loving man. They don't get to drag him and say he don't deserve to be an icon. Like hell he don't. Like hell he don't. We don't agree with his non-violent stance, but the man absolutely is a fucking icon and deserve to be one. They don't get to do that. And I heard him drag Dr. King. That pissed me off today, and that's why I said I absolutely would put something on that young man's books who whacked him, bro. I can do that. I got every right to it. They would if it was one of us. I got every right to send that man some money, and I'm gonna send that man some money. I got every right to. Every right to. he reaping what he sowed, bro. And I got a video of the governor from Utah, and I can't believe that dude needs to step down, bro. That's crazy. But in that white state, that man said he just hoped at first it wasn't one of them. One of them. And then he caught himself and he said, yeah, I just was hoping it was somebody from out of state or out the country. Bitch, you was saying you were hoping it was a black person, bro. The white governor said he was wishing it was a black person killed Charlie. You want to know why? Because this fuck up their black on black people doing all the crime. No, the whole world get to see is them killing one another. And he was whacked by a young white guy who the police is now, I don't know if that young boy did that. And his daddy could be his handler. And another thing, I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but we in a different day and age, bro. When they just throw some kid up there and say, okay, he did, he like, yeah, I did it. I don't know if that's a clone. I don't know if they've been grooming this dude since he was 3 or 4 to be this type of killer. I don't know if that's really his daddy. I don't know if that's really his mama. I don't know if these are cyborgs. Bro, we in a different day and age. Y'all better always remember that. Serious business, man.
But Black Twitter is not letting them off the hook. Not only did Charlie Kirk monetize the death of George Floyd and called him a scumbag, he even attacked MLK. This man released an entire video series demonizing and attacking MLK. Meanwhile, we're supposed to show him grace? The grace that he never showed us?
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, you would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Now, we know you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
And that's what they loved. That he got to disrespect black people and he got paid millions of dollars to do it. And they gave him a platform to do it. And he did, and he was, a lot of them like, he was so bold. And I keep hearing white people say, they couldn't beat him in a debate, so they killed him. Couldn't beat him in a debate? Are you kidding me? That man was baby. It's like a fighter who ain't fought no goddamn body. Who the fuck he debated? I'm seeing him, just because kids on college campus, that don't mean they know something. I'm going to tell you this. Now that I looked at a lot of his shit, we're gonna deep dissect that one day. I'm guarantee you they sent that boy a bunch of puppets for him to punch on with the camera rolling. Bunch of dumb white kids who they don't really know nothing, making him look like he's so knowledgeable about shit. Man, I'm not impressed, bro. I'm not impressed by the foolishness that I hear this man saying, and it could have easily been stepped on real quick and exposed.
You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. This shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 Black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
That's your explanation. But
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been.
That affected
in the last 80 years.
The generational psyche of an entire group of people?
Well, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. We note in our piece that Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. And Kirk self-described.
You're talking about crime, you separate the crime, bro. Except with a cat like him, you would tell him, no, let's talk about just the white crime. Separate the black crime. Like I tell people, you separate black and white right now. The white people have a serious problem on their hands. They are cannibalistic. They have been eating each other. I've been watching the news. They're keeping their kids in cage. I mean, it's a lot of crime. They are torturing kids. The sexual assault, the sex trafficking and smuggling of kids is outrageous in this man community. You see? But he's paid to focus on black people to make themselves feel better about the hellhole they've been living in. Let me tell you this. I always remember when we came out of slavery and we start getting him, this man talking about black society is so messed up. The first thing you're supposed to say is you're supposed to talk about Reconstruction. We came out of slavery. These people was pissed and they tried to put in our prosperity, and the Democrats rode along with them. You see, they never gave us no time to get on our feet. After Reconstruction, we bounced back. Then they tear up our communities like they did to Black Wall Street. They did that to all over the. You supposed to let him know every time we get something, y'all pissed and burn it down and come and steal our shit. You got to put the mirror up to these people, man. You got to let these people know, what are you talking about? We can't have nothing without y'all trying to pillage and plunder and tear our shit down. You see, y'all let them know, put the mirror up to their face. And I'm going to repeat now what I told him this. You talking about black on black crime or whatever. Only white on white crime can put an end to humanity itself. That's the big problem. These nuclear gangsters can kill us all. And any day now, we all can be dead. Not by the black man, not by the brown man, at the hands of the white man who has a problem with, if I can't have this planet, nobody will have it.
Described very, very radical view that the country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. Why does Kirk believe passing the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? Now, again, apparently they don't listen to the show because we do that at least once a week, right? Once a week we talk about why the Civil Rights Act was a mistake.
This motherfucker spent the last few weeks of his life trying to start a race war between black Americans and white Americans. Meanwhile, we are supposed to mourn this scumbag. Now white America is trying to rehabilitate the image of this racist scumbag and paint him as a hero. We absolutely cannot allow that to happen.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage.
Usually when somebody passed, what they do, a montage of all the great things. Now, this is supposed to be, he ain't a basketball player, so we don't get to see jump shots. He ain't a football player, so we don't get to see touchdowns or thrown or touchdowns he caught. He's a speaker. So why isn't ask yourself this, why are they not running some of his greatest quotes on CNN, on MSNBC? Why are they not letting us hear from this guy? Because his greatest quotes is wrapped in bigotry and hatred. You think they're going to play what he said about Dr. King? You think they're going to play that he said that he felt like black women did not have the intellectual brain power to really be in the workforce? They not finna be playing that shit on TV because it's going to remind people what type of scumbag the dude really was. But don't worry about it. We're going to play it over and over and over, a marathon of it. But let's just see these people talking about they caught the assassin of the scumbag Charlie Kirk.
Thus, Utah DPS Commissioner Bo Mason, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, and local and federal law enforcement partners. Following the remarks today, Governor Cox, Director Patel, and Commissioner Mason will take questions. Thank you.
This the bastard right here. This the bastard right here. This the bastard right here, bro. He need to step down in shame, bro. This man, he actually said that. That's some shit you say off mic, off camera. That he was hoping that it wasn't one of us. He was saying he was hoping it wasn't a white person. That's disgusting, bro. He was hoping it was a black guy in Utah so he can lynch him. Oh, Mexican. And then he said he caught himself. Then he said, I was hoping that it was an out-of-towner. Bitch, no, you wasn't. You was wishing they were black. And then he said, from out of the country. Yeah, you probably did wish they was black or Mexican. But this dude had the nerve to say, I was hoping it wasn't one of us. Because it hurt the reality of it all. They got to explain to their kids the best they can come up with. Oh, it's a communist. It's a leftist. Get a little closer to the problem. It's an angry white male.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m.
Now we know the daddy told them, and then daddy told them, they start tracking his license plate, and then we got all those pictures. See how he was just stuttering? He lying, bro. He lying. They lying. This is all a play.
September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light colored shorts, a black hat with a...
Salute to our brother at BLACK. Money sign for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. We got him. You hear that? Did you hear how he said, hold on, we got him. Did you hear how kept that sound? Bro, come on. He rehearsed that. We got him, y'all. We got him. So what? What's that boy spin number so I can put some money on his books? Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate love. And I do want them, I want all the people to know I'm not bullshit. I'm going to put some money on the man motherfucking books. After what I heard that bitch was saying about Dr. King and saying about black women, and the least I can do is send that man $50 here and now. I don't fuck how pissed off they get. Man, please, fuck with me. I end your career. I'm sending that man $50 because that man that must have really went through some shit to have to go kill that piece of trash. And the more I hear how he was talking about our people, shit. Hey, I'm not promoting no violence. But that young man there took care of business, bro.
The white logo and light-colored shoes.
I don't give a shit.
When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in...
To Hope Bell, that's my little sister, y'all, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Twins, stay on their neck. You know I'm not letting go. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Salute. Yeah, all this y'all throwing in there. I'm sending that man there. Man, I don't give a fuck. Sending that man there, man.
Consistent clothing with those surveillance images.
The revolution.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. Now, he opened it and showed several messages to investigators.
That may be the tranny, y'all. I think the roommate may be the tranny. Remember, we did have the tranny on Discord saying something gonna happen, something big gonna happen tomorrow to Charlie Kirk, or something big gonna happen when Charlie Kirk come to the university. Remember the tranny posted that. I think that's the message. You see what I'm saying? So it's all fitting in. This is a conspiracy, still CIA, the handlers. Now you want to know who the handler was. We was wondering when we gonna see a handler. His daddy is the handler, the motherfucking police officer, man. This is fraternal shit. And they think people stupid. People not that stupid, bro. It's all a play. And like I say, how do I know that's that man daddy? I don't know that's not. How do we know who that man is to that boy? Serious business. That's just what they telling us. And then you go look into their background, man. They got all that shit cooked up, ready for this day, bro.
And allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate.
Now all of a sudden, the daddy solved the case, not the FBI, not the police, none of these people that saw shit. The daddy handed them to him because they didn't know who he was. The daddy gave him everything they needed to know. Case solved. Then here come this clown, the governor. We got him, y'all. Because the daddy gave him to y'all. Don't beat yourself on the back. Don't act like y'all did nothing except play y'all part.
Photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there has been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and
see how much they just he's still a little white Johnny. This person, man, what? The black train, the dude who killed the white girl on that train, which is disgusting, is a monster, a disgusting dog, a vicious rabid animal. They be growling their teeth and gritting when they bring him up. But man, this person, man, you see what I'm saying? That's disgusting.
Helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Thank you, Governor.
Podcaster, bro.
This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice.
See, this will happen when you let the good cops be cops. See, this is a photo op. These people ain't did shit. The father gave y'all the son. Y'all know who the fuck that man was, bro. Y'all arrested 2-3 people. But when you let the good cops be cops, man, this is Keystone Cops, boy. This dude is a fucking podcaster, bro. This dude there to fuck up the Epstein information. That's serious business.
Charlie Kirk, in honor of his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie.
Oh, my nigga, I didn't.
Our partnership has been...
I know this. I know you're not going to hit us with the Masonic 33 and think you're going to get away with it in my motherfucking face. On my channel, you're not getting away with that, bitch. We know y'all killed that man now. Oh, y'all want to play games? It took us 33 hours. I knew it did take y'all 33 hours, bastards. Ooh, you boy, y'all some dirty bastards. Y'all killed that man and bragging on TV. And you love being in on the joke, don't you? What? We call I Golden Gloves. I caught that.
absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partners.
Salute to our brother at BLACKS for the DCK money sign. Revolution is way of life. Appreciate the love, family. Say, yeah, they've been with you every step of the way because they sent that pressure. That's an absolute fact. That's an absolute fact. And this dude right here, the podcaster, just removed the head of the Utah FBI. We found that out yesterday. He removed the head of the Utah FBI a couple of weeks ago. The head of the FBI, Utah FBI, supposed to be over this investigation. You see the type of shit they doing?
Partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilize these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Myself and Deputy Director Bongino arrived on scene at
bro.
approximately
Man, I don't want to put nothing in on that. Hell no, man. 100,000. That's my hard-earned tax money you giving away to his daddy, they giving themselves money, your money. They all laughing. So the police officer, his daddy, get $100,000. Man, you got to be kidding me, bro.
Yeah, on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency.
Y'all stop lying. Y'all lie.
The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly. And I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we will continue to deliver to Governor Cox and his team. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. And we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake field office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men and women, the evidence response team tacticians, the special operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious
get no perk walk, man.
solving of an investigation, the FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our nation, and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions. And we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch.
You don't need no.
And I'll see you in Valhalla.
Little queen. You don't need no friends like you. Oh, here, look at this dude. This nigga didn't do shit neither.
Thank you, and good morning. I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky.
Oh, bitch, y'all beat me straight out there.
It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources,
hey, this is disgusting, their assets. They should be ashamed of themselves, man. They should be ashamed of their goddamn self. They're celebrating people ain't did shit. Revolutionary salute. Top brother at BLACK. Money sign for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Our brothers say, look at all these slave traders together, the Arabs and the whites. That's a fact. Patting themselves on the back for doing nothing. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family salute. Look at them, bro. Man, I'm tired of these people. They talking about working hard and ain't nobody had no sleep. I don't know what you should have been asleep the whole time. You ain't did shit. What the hell you been doing? Like these people been house to house. Like they drugged this man from up on the house or something. Bro, y'all ain't did shit. That man daddy turned him in. What the fuck are y'all talking about? All this make-believe shit for the world. Man, look, American detectives ain't shit. FBI ain't solving shit. Hey, man, the sheriff, please, get the fuck out of here. Man, y'all ain't arrested. Man, y'all better stop that bullshit, bro. That's serious business. The internet did more work than y'all. Y'all ain't did nothing, man. Stop.
Team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to
jerking
justice.
Each other off. Look at this fool. This nigga Cash Patel is a podcaster. The head of the FBI, my motherfucking ass, nigga. This goddamn racist ass mayor, racist ass governor next to him, who had the audacity. We're gonna see that. He say, "Man, I just wish it wasn't one of us." What, boy? You need to step down. What do you mean one of y'all? He was hoping it was black or Mexican or at least brown, like this fella next to him. No offense, you one of the good ones. He'll tell Cash Patel he one of the good ones. But we was hoping this one of y'all, buddy. He said that shit live on TV. That's disgusting, bro. Look at this old bigoted ass sheriff. Chewing tobacco. This bitch can spit some chewing tobacco out right now.
First of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support.
Y'all needed prayers. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all is disgusting, bro. What the fuck y'all need prayers for? What the fuck we pray? Anybody pray for y'all? What the hell are you talking about? Man, all these people is delusional. That's why Americans like this. These people, this won't be the head, man. What the hell? What are you talking about? We needed y'all prayers. Bro, y'all lazy. The killer was on the run 2 days, bro. He could have killed anybody. He could have went hit another bigot or racist. That would have been legendary. Y'all talking about y'all ain't had sleep in 72 hours. Bullshit. We gonna look at that. We want to know what y'all was doing from the moment y'all was on the job till you punched off the clock. That's serious business. Y'all sitting around online doing all kind of bullshit, eating donuts, laughing, giggling, watching racist ass videos. Let's watch Charlie Kirk series and they're all on our dime. Oh, hell no, hillbilly.
To us, we needed your patience and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family because that's what they need is your support and your prayers. And that will get us through all of this. So thank you everybody that have stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal response. Man, that woman finna move on. She don't have another husband now, man. She don't fuck. That dude fucked up, bro. He threw it all away. Russian roulette. Playing stupid.
I also want to give a special thanks to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Their unwavering support and their commitment to justice is shown true here.
How?
And without AG Bondi and Deputy Attorney General,
hey, what's this bullshit? Man, I be damn y'all run a promo ad on here. That's disgusting. But man, dead. These your friends like this? What type of friend? This niggas is black. That man say he want to thank the Attorney General. What the fuck has she done? What the fuck are you talking about? What has the Attorney General of the United States did? Bro, man, that's fucked up. You trying to cushy up to her, thanking her at that press conference. You say, I looked out for you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Y'all know all the cameras is on. Boy, y'all just gonna thank each other all day long. Like you accepting an award at the Grammys or something. The man is dead. Y'all in here sitting there playing these games.
We would not have been able to complete our mission. And I just want to say special thanks. It's an honor to be a part of the Department of Justice.
Thank you again to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me.
You a damn liar, boy. Don't you dare tax them people that you talk extra money. You little fucking liar. You look like you well rested, bro. You ain't got no bags under your eyes. Boy, what the fuck are you talking? I bet your wife like, boy, you need to pray. Ain't you a Mormon, boy? Damn, take Joseph Smith. Don't you lie like that? You're shaming your bigoted leader, Joseph Smith. Oh, you slip. You only got 90 minutes. Y'all don't have no shame. That's serious business. Y'all don't have no goddamn. Y'all ain't did no police work. Y'all told ain't nobody had no sleep. All of y'all look like y'all well rested. Fuck you talking about? This sheriff drunk. This bitch been drunk the motherfucker over here with this cowboy hat on. Talking about, yeah, I was drinking for Charlie. That's a damn lie. You a lie. You just a drunk.
A moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country.
Yeah.
And violence is tragic everywhere.
Yeah.
And every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an
assassination. We're gonna stop saying that. I don't know any video I put down. I'm going to erase that shit. This was a regular white crime. This is not assassination. What the fuck is this dude? This dude was nobody. This ain't no assassination. Ain't even nah. I'll be damned. This senseless gun violence. That's all this was, bro. Senseless gun violence. That's it. This was not a political assassination. Much they want to pretend like it was, wasn't. Oh, Charlie was no politician, just a fucking podcaster like that FBI agent back there. FBI, head of FBI.
It is an attack on all of us.
That's a lie.
It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals.
That's a lie.
This cuts to the very foundation of who we are.
No, it don't.
Of who we have been.
No, it don't.
And who we could be in better times.
This nigga just saying anything. Didn't say that man don't give a fuck about no Charlie, bro. This dude, man, he's a scammer. You a scammer, bro. Fuck are you talking about? This is not who we are. I'd be like, hell, it ain't who he is. Who are you then? Who are you? Who could you be? What have you become? Hey, bitch, you is a racist bastard who said you wish it wasn't a white person. And you wrong for that, bro. That's disgusting. You wish it was a black man. At least you was honest. That's why you like Charlie. You like honest bigotry. And you was honest enough to go on live TV and say, I was hoping it wasn't one of us. Damn, fam. You one of them, huh?
Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents.
Bullshit. I tell y'all that freedom of speech means the freedom to disrespect us. That's what it was always about, bro. Disrespecting us, saying nigger and talking down on us. That's what the free. You heard racist. I ain't never heard people talk about freedom of speech except bigots. And then we say, okay, we got freedom of speech. But it was always racist bigots. I got the First Amendment and say what I want about them niggers. That was the freedom of fucking speech, bro. We know that's not true because you can say one thing about the small hats. Your ass banned, losing your job. You finished, finito. And they say you shouldn't say anything about them. You're just anti-Semitic. So you don't have no freedom of speech. Freedom of speech was the freedom to disrespect black people and any other group you don't like in America. That's all it was. And they know that's true. That's what Charlie stood for, disrespecting black people and others and being intellectual when he do it. Masking it into some higher learning type of ability. Oh, bullshit. That's freedom of speech. Get the fuck out of here. My man died for being a disrespectful asshole who did not learn you reap what you sow, and he wasn't smart enough. Now I'm trying, if he a genius, how he didn't know you can't be at college campuses talking shit like that? These white people will kill you. Come on, he don't know that?
His life taken in that very act makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely.
You can't.
We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been.
I know you were angry racist.
As sad as I have ever been. And
look, he's gonna say it.
It was as anger pushed me to the brink. It was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those, and specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie.
That's right.
And
that's right.
Charlie went into those places anyway.
And antagonized them.
And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture,
keep trying to do
spend time with friends, and remember.
Revolutionary salute to our queen. Faith speaks for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way life. Absolutely appreciate the love, queen. Salute. And we sitting here watching him pick through nice little quotes, and then he said, "Oh, on the social media platform." That's why he disrespect us all day. That's why this shit's so disgusting. That's why I swear to God, I'm gonna do so much. I'm running so much shit on this dude. They're not finna paint the picture of him like he nobody but a bigot and a fucking hypocrite. David Duke, young David Duke. They wouldn't get to immortalize David Duke like that. That's all he is, bro. Young version of David Duke. And we didn't give a damn. You see what I'm saying? He would to black people. We like, oh fuck it. Just he's just another hypocrite who don't like us here in America. But see, it's they're intolerable. They don't tolerate that shit, bro. You get up under their skin. That's the problem they have with one another. They will do the ultimate to this country, and that's just a fact. It ain't gonna be a black man. I'm telling you the truth. It's gonna be them. Now they can have us to where we got to make our move because we just got to move now. It just be time. But they know goddamn well who will assassinate a president, who will knock off a governor, who will kill a senator, who will fucking kill a fucking sheriff. They know that's them. They know it's them. Come on now. And then we're in a dangerous time right now. Come on, because of them.
Internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with,
that's shameful,
it becomes
bro.
a lot easier.
They done lied to their kids and told their kids to watch black people, don't trust black people, be weary of black people. And their kids sitting in school, then a white person run there and kill them. They dying. Their kids is at a football game, the white dude show up and kill them. In a movie theater, white dude show up and kill them. In the church, white dude show up and kill them. You see, yesterday, they on the college campus, white dude show up, bam, kill one of their heroes. They all scared to death. They traumatized. Because y'all told us it was going to be the blacks. And it's not the blacks. That's why they got to run that fucking clip of that boy killing that white girl on that train, because they got to put that program. No. Look, it is the blacks. It is the blacks. We told you. Man, come on. That's one event. On that same day, hundreds of white dudes had killed a white woman on that same day, bro. That's a fact. White woman had died by the hands of a white dude 100 times that day. They find that clip of that black man, splashed it everywhere. See, we told you, watch them. But they kids know better, and deep down in their heart, they fucking know better. This has exposed it all. In their heart, they know they look. That's why they keep saying the Antifa. They know who they looking at. They looking at the left and the right. They're not even looking at us. They just keep disrespecting us because it's still they trained to disrespect us. They know it's themselves who the fucking problem.
Easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody.
That's a lie.
And will be charged soon.
That's a lie.
And will be held accountable. And yet all of us have an opportunity right now to do something.
The tongue is powerful. And do you see what they're doing? No, it's only one person responsible. See, mentally, he know Charlie responsible. He can't. See, they got to get it out of people's mind. They know Charlie got himself killed, bro, antagonizing these individuals for no reason at all. He had made it. He still choose to go into those campuses and antagonize those youngsters. He wasn't trying to help them. He's trying to little boy these people on campus. He was the big brainiac. And I'm going to tell y'all about how don't trust these blacks. And, he went there to call them nigger lovers to their face. Y'all loving these niggers. These fucking animals. They're the fucking problem. They're going to fucking kill you. That's why when the white boy talking to him about mass shootings, he talking about white on white crime. Give me the statistics on trans shootings. And then he gave him statistics. He said, well, hey, mass shootings. Do you know in the last 10 years, what's the number for mass shootings? Charlie couldn't help himself. Let me slap the blacks in the gang. Are you talking about gang violence? Wow. You see what I'm saying? Charlie didn't come up with bring up gang violence whenever somebody brings up mass shootings. No, that's a talking point. Charlie used white racist talking points. He's just the latest to use them. He wasn't an original character. We're not going to make them act like Charlie was some original thinker. He's just a bullshit dude using y'all talking points and got killed trying to scam whites into believing like we was the fucking problem.
Something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns. This bad stuff happens. For 33 hours, I was,
see what I'm saying?
I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us.
I told y'all
that somebody drove from another state.
I told y'all he was gonna say that shit. I told y'all this racist bastard got full of himself and was gonna let his racism slip out, and he was gonna say, "I just was hoping that it wasn't one of us. I hoping it was black." He didn't say that, but that's what he meant. But then he hurried up and caught himself and said, "Oh, I just was hoping they was from out of state, or from out the country." Nah, bitch, we know exactly what you meant. You think we stupid? You was just hoping you didn't have to tell your kids a white person killed Charlie. You was hoping that y'all did not have to tell the white society that it wasn't black on black crime that they had to worry about. White violence was consuming them. But amongst you having to arrest that young 22-year-old white boy, the gig was up. But he said it, bro. He said it. That's racist within itself.
I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country.
Nah. Come on, bro. These people think we stupid, bro. That's disgusting, friend, but they can't help themselves. That's why Charlie got killed. For that type of shit. That type of bullshit you trying to pull on the people. What the fuck you mean you was hoping it wasn't one of y'all? Well, it was. It was. And that's how it usually be. And stop lying to your kids. Stop scamming them. Look at that face. Look at his face. It's fucking him up. Yeah, Charlie was good at telling people the black man is the problem. They caught up with his ass. Charlie was good at telling black on black violence is what the world and the United States have to worry about. Why y'all so worried about Charlie then? Ain't it some black on black shit y'all need to be putting the spotlight on? No, not today. Because y'all got to face the biggest fear. Y'all got to face the fear. That 9 times out of 10, it's going to be one of your own that kills you. That's what y'all.
Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service.
Oh, man, I wish it was a migrant, man, or some nigga come watch the Jazz. Or one of them niggas come to see the Utah Jazz play and just hate our freedoms and hate our God-given freedoms. That's racist and that's disgusting. And that's what's wrong with this fucking country, that the governor got the nerve to sit here and say, I wish it wasn't one of us. He prayed that it was a black man or Mexican or Arab so they can lynch him. That's crazy. This man has letting us know he prayed to God that it was a black man or Arab or Mexican, but it wasn't, was it, Governor?
Every year. But it did happen here. And it was one of us. But I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights. There was no rioting. There was no looting. There were no cars set on fire.
See what I'm saying?
There's no violence.
Racist, bro. Racist.
There were
can't help itself, bro. They can't help themselves, bro. I see. That's what they saying right now online. The white front. See, we're not looting and all. Bitch, you do that shit if you win an NCAA championship. Y'all dirty bastards. If y'all win a title, you burn the city down. That's what's wrong with these people. You do that for winning a championship. They act like it's just Black Lives Matter torch the city down. That's racist, bro. That's a talking point. That's what got Charlie shot, bro. Charlie's dead, and here you are still trying to say, look, but don't remember the black people? If one of those niggers was dead, this is what he's saying. If one of them niggers was dead, they'd be looting the city. That's what got Charlie hit, you dirty fucking bastard.
There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes.
See, that's what he wants.
Because we can always point the finger at the other side.
They want that. All these motherfuckers, they've been on there saying, when they saying it's war now, they want their killers. These people ain't gonna do shit. They want some mentally unstable individual to go shoot some blacks. They'll take that, even though we ain't do shit. It don't matter. These is bigots here. They don't give a fuck. They want to. And bro, like when Jack Johnson won the heavyweight championship, then you know what I mean? Black people got killed after that. They told black people, stay in your place, nigga. Don't ever think you. Huh? Jack Johnson won the heavyweight championship of the world. They killed a bunch of black people the next day just for that. All throughout America. Told us, stay in our place, nigga. You don't ever think you could do that. Just so we can celebrate. They killed us. So I'm saying that too, because they know they going at it. Man, these people kill some black people. Like, nigga, don't you ever think you could assassinate one of us? Come on, man.
And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country. But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me. I'll just conclude with words I share often from a friend and author, Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country. And he said, I'm not optimistic. He said, I hate optimism. God, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen. And he said, in the history of the world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. And hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism.
Hey,
hope.
These are the same people saying Dr. King was divisive, especially Charlie Kirk. Divisive. Man of peace, they said he was divisive. You know, they killed him. Same shit. See, they niggas stealing from us. You couldn't out talk Charlie. Well, you could not talk Dr. King, so y'all killed him. Oh, Charlie was our future president. Dr. King was our future president, and y'all killed him. Dr. King was a man of peace. He didn't never have nothing disrespectful to say about y'all, like old Charlie did to say about us. See, that's what's so crazy, bro. You say, okay, send me the best of y'all so we can compare them to a man like Dr. King. They give you a racist like Charlie Kirk. Hey, they did that. I'm asking, are you sure? Because we're going to compare the two on this channel. We're going to do a whole live and say, let's look at the works of Dr. King, then let's look at the works of Charlie. They shouldn't have said that. We're going to look at the words of Dr. King, then we're going to look at the words of Charlie Kirk. And we're going to see, are the two men even comparable? That's what we're going to do. That's coming up on Cold Figure TV. Since that's they want to do.
That good things are going to happen.
We're going to be fair. We're going to give Charlie his shot. You know? We're going to give Charlie his shot. We're going to see. But did he win a Nobel Peace Prize? You got to have that to compare yourself to the great Dr. King.
And make them so. I still believe in our country. And I know Charlie Kirk believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil.
Nah.
And I still believe that we can change the course of history. I'm hopeful because Americans can make it so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to answer any questions you might have. I cannot speak to that. Well, I will leave that up to you to interpret what those engravings mean. I think the clearest one that says "catch fascist," there's not. And by the way, that's like catch like a ball, catch this.
Yeah,
that's. I think that speaks for itself.
Yeah, he ain't lying. Y'all also. Charlie was a fascist.
There's nothing more that we can share.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Terry Ross Jr. for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Family salute to you.
This time. We do not at this time have any information that would lead to any additional arrests. Yes.
See.
But the investigation is ongoing.
I need to cover up. You don't give a fuck about Charlie. You don't give a fuck about Charlie. Ain't nothing here. Ain't nothing else to see, folks.
Yes. So right now, Mr. Robinson has been booked into the Utah County Jail. You heard the president this morning report that he was taken into custody. That his family and a friend helped to deliver him into custody of law enforcement in Washington.
Why is Trump reporting this shit to us, bro? That's what I'm saying. This shit too. The president of the United States not be reporting to us that he dead, reporting to us the shooter is arrested. That's bullshit. That's scripted. That seemed like, whoa, is this a big government? My eyes only type thing, compartmentalized. And this governor got the nerve to say that. The president told him how the young man was apprehended. How the fuck he know? The FBI director's behind you, but he's a podcasting puppet. Come on, man. Trump played y'all. Trump whacked that man and set y'all up, and then y'all got to do whatever he say. That's crazy. Because like I said, MAGA wasn't behind Trump. MAGA was broke up. They were sick of his kissing Israel ass. They sick of him trying to go to war with Russia. They was tired of his Epstein bullshit. Trump was on the ropes. Next thing you know, Charlie get whacked. They're all together. It's all swept under the bridge. No harm, no foul. They hate the left again. They write on what? Oh, hell no. That's too convenient.
County. For those of you that don't know where Washington County is, it is the southwesternmost part of the state of Utah. It's about a 3.5 to 4 hour drive from here, where we are right now, and that's where he lived and where they turned him in. Please, I go here. I can't share any more than what I've already shared. Yeah. So how we obtained the gun was found here. Yeah, so I don't have much more details on that. We do know that he drove. We had his car here. on campus, and then we had his car going south back to the St. George. It's actually the city of Washington in Washington County.
Bro. None. They
I'm sorry?
get that man parole.
We don't have any information that would lead us to believe that. Yes, in fact, it was just released. Yes. I can't answer that right now.
Can you clarify?
Over here. I absolutely believe that this is a watershed in American history. Yes. The question is, what kind of watershed? And that chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter?
It's really a time when Black Americans should step up and get us some real leaders and say, we done had a fucking enough. The radical leftists, white left and white right out of fucking control. They doing too many political assassinations. They killing too many innocent Americans. They out of their fucking mind. It is them. They are the ones doing all this shit. They should not have the power. That's serious business. This is out of control. And this is a watershed moment. We say, oh, no, hell no, this is too much. Y'all steady killing each other and killing our leaders. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact. Kill all our leaders. Then a couple of y'all was getting hit. Hell no. But Charlie Kirk ain't no motherfucking leader. I can't. Nah, y'all ain't got nobody for nobody. They tried to see Trump. That was fake. That was and we got a video I'm gonna show you. That just was a warning to Trump. This was the real assassination to let them politicians know they better stay in place. And Benjamin Netanyahu run this motherfucking country, or else it'd be they motherfucking ass. They have it. Flags is lowered for.
In our history, or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history. We've look. I mean, if you look at true political assassinations in this country of someone of this stature, this feels a lot like the late '60s.
That's a lie.
And having one
that's a fucking lie
displayed.
That's a fucking lie. See what I'm saying? See what they're trying to do? Only our leaders got killed in the '60s. They only had 2 that died. The Kennedy brothers. We lost them all. We lost all our heroes in the '60s. That's really they feel like the '60s. Well, who? Because that racist bastard got what? Man, please, bro. Man, this is nonsense, man. They say they gotta open up the wound that hurt to remind us what y'all did to our leaders. Killed them all for no reason at all. And that's why y'all ass gonna have a 10-year tour. Y'all might have I'm letting them know, y'all might have a 30-year setback from them killing the great Charlie Kirk. Y'all might not see another great Charlie for another 30 years. It took us a long time to get up off our knees. Then look what y'all did. Y'all with the great Dr. Khaled. You see, every time we try to get back up, then look what y'all did. Free Grandmaster Jay.
On camera, in all of our hands and in all of our pockets. We are not wired as human beings biologically, historically. We have not evolved in a way that we are capable of processing those types of violent imagery. And by the way, we've seen another one with a gruesome stabbing very recently that went viral.
You see?
This is not good for us.
Now,
it is not good to consume.
Do you see this shit, bro? And we've seen another one, a gruesome stab. Are you kidding me? The thousands of fucking gruesome murders that done took place. I just seen a white boy, what is it, in Texas, beheaded somebody in the Moulton. Are you kidding me? Do you see what they doing, bro? Do you see what they doing? Because they know the whole world is seeing white on white crime, so they're trying to remind people, no, remember that mentally disturbed black dude, he killed that poor, young, sweet Ukrainian girl. What? I just seen a white boy kill 2 Ukrainians when they was walking. White boy killed 2 Ukrainians, killed them. They ain't gonna mention that. But see, now we're gonna have to, they're gonna make us dig up all, because we gotta have the statistics ready to defend ourselves for when they pull this bullshit. And we talking about we used to get lynched for shit like this, bro. Black man get hung. Bring up young white lady, strangle to death. They kill a bunch of black people for that. One black dude doing that, 100 black men get lynched. He wrong for that, because that's bullshit. They're doing way more horror to one another than we could ever attempt to do to them. And Charlie was the sign. They still can't stop being racist. It's not us that's going to do it to you every blue moon. But every day, one of y'all is going to horribly mutilate another one of y'all. That should be what you, especially in Utah. This bastard talking about we just seen a stabbing in New York. Bitch, you're in Utah trying to antagonize whites around the fucking country.
Consume. Social media is a cancer on our society right now.
Cancer.
And I would encourage, again, I would encourage people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. That is happening, and it's happening organically right now. I had a friend in a small city in Utah who said,
"I was Charlie doing good in this community by going on those college campuses, antagonizing people, children who they paying good money for, racist bastards like him not to show up and antagonize them. Freedom of speech. Some people wanted to hear Charlie speak. No, Charlie wanted to go there and antagonize them people, and then bring up black gangs. Them people in Utah. You bring up Chicago, in LA, in Utah." That's why they had never been able to live that down. He died with bigotry. He died with bigotry and hate on his lips, on his heart. And if they Christians, how can he go to heaven in a man? What man died with hate and bigotry on his heart? I don't know. When he got shot and he was grasping for that fucking microphone and he was dying, did he hurry up and get right with the Lord? They need to ponder that. They need to ponder, did he have time to get right with the Lord? Because before he died, before he got shot, he was mocking and antagonizing and being racist and being a bigot. And that's what was in his heart as he got shot.
We're getting together. The Republicans and Democrats in my little town are getting together to have a discussion tonight. Last night, just to find a way to find their better angels. So yes, this could be. I mean, you know, again, you have to go back to JFK to have seen a video live of something like this happening. I wasn't born until 1975, but I know that things were really dark in the late 60s. Sorry to some of you. I know some of you were there, but. This is our moment. That was do we escalate or do we find an off ramp? And again, it's a choice. Escalate. It's a choice, and every one of us gets to make that choice. Two more questions right here.
Could we clarify that the release of those enhanced images at 8 p.m., the timeline that Director Patel gave us, led to the arrest at 10 p.m.? Is there a direct connection between those two events?
I cannot comment if there is a direct connection or not, but all I can say is that that through some process, the family came to know that this had happened.
One more thing, Governor. Could you just clarify the clothing issue you mentioned earlier? Was he changing outfits?
Correct.
Could you just clarify this?
Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Last question here. Yes.
So all the man I said, that wasn't me in that other clothes. That wasn't me in that. That was a whole nother person. See what I'm saying? They don't know what the fuck they talking about, bro. Because he ain't the shooter. He just a patsy. That's a whole nother motherfucker that was on that roof. What, you understand me? And he just told you that. That's a whole nother dude that was on that roof whacking that person. And then this is the patsy that they giving you, saying he's the one who done it. They're not never gonna be able to explain why does the shooter and him have on two different sets of clothes? How did he have time to switch? Where's the other set of clothes? Oh, hold on now, hold on. Let's just pray. Let's pray. No, bitch. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. So I don't have any information on the mental illness part. He was not a student here at UVU. He was living and had lived for a long time with his family in Washington County, in the southernmost part of our state. Thank you, everyone, for your great work in getting this information out. I just say, process-wise, this may be important. I know many of you aren't familiar with the process in Utah. I think it's important that you understand that. Basically, we have 3 days for charging documents to be filed. A CI will be filed. We'll have more information then, more detailed information as those charging documents are filed in preparation for a preliminary hearing. hearing. So 3 days. So, we would anticipate then that early next week, those charging documents will be filed. We will obviously be working, the county attorney will be working very closely with Mr. Kirk's family as those documents and decisions are prepared and made. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, see? See? A bunch of BS. We're not going to, we can't look deeper into that. But we don't believe them. We don't believe them. Let's look deep into this story. We know they lying. We know he got on 2 different pair of clothes because it's 2 different motherfucking shooters. He ain't no shooter.
In this video, I'm going to expose all the facts that we know about Tyler Robinson, the alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk, and was apprehended today. And we saw the FBI press conference in which all the details of the operation were exposed. And we will also post some important questions that are still unanswered and the biggest lie about this case. So let's get started knowing the facts that he was turned in by his own father. That's important to understand. And the family he comes from, it really looks like a nice family. And I'll give you the details in short, but this is the thing that it's hard to comprehend. From a regular middle-class family, good grades, went off to college, became an extremist Antifa killer. How can this happen? I have more pictures before we get into the details. Thanks to Christine Frueba. Shooter Tyler Robinson from a happy, comfortable middle-class family, oldest son of 4.0 student, well-traveled, gun safety as a boy, engineering school, not a professional sniper. It's so many. It's not the kind of upbringing that you think that a murderer is going to spark from there. His proud mother documented his entire life, every school or work, every first day of school, all close, happy photos, trips to Hawaii, Disney, Universal Studios, camping, boating, skiing, everything. The whole enchilada. They really look like a happy family. And most likely, the body language in all those pictures just shows it. Now, let's get into the real details of this case. Catch up, thanks to Autism Capital on X. Everything we know about the Charlie Kirk shooter so far. The shooter is a 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, 5'10", 150 pounds, brown hair. He currently has 3 charges. Felony discharge of firearm, obstruction of justice, aggravated murder. He is being held without bail. He received a full $32,000 scholarship to Utah State University, but he dropped out after 1 semester. He had a 4.0 GPA in high school and a 34 ACT. Robinson was not a student at the school Charlie was shot at. He was a local resident of the university. More detail in shortly. His father is the one who turned him into the FBI. He reached out to a family friend and said that Robinson was alluding to the fact that he did the murder. The information also got to the FBI. This is also, we need to talk about that the FBI really did some work, even if it looks like, okay, they were lost. I'm going to try to explain it in non-technical terms. We continue. A family friend also said that he was saying hateful and violent things about Charlie Kirk at a family dinner prior to the shooting. This is important, and we're going to replay that part of the press conference. They say he has become more radicalized in the prior years. Robinson opened his big mouth and blabbed to his friends and roommate on Discord. Discord is a platform and an app where you have chat rooms, and you join these chat rooms to just chat usually anonymously with other people with similar interests, about needing to retrieve a gun from a drop point. He arranged with this roommate, oh, you're going to pick up my gun from these bushes that I'm going to just throw at him. It's incredible that somebody just hears those words and says, are you for real? What is this about? He mentioned the rifle was in a bush and how to identify it and where it was located. It was wrapped in a towel. That is the towel that we saw in a previous video that I made.
It's too convenient.
He mentioned that he changed clothes after killing Kirk. He also mentioned the gun he used and the bullet engravings. The rifle was a Mauser Model 98. Other details, the retrieved bullet casings had trolling messages written on them. The first trolling message, notices bulges. Oh, well, what's this? About to explain it. Give me a second about that. Hey, fascist, catch and up, right, down, down, down. Oh, Bella, ciao, Bella, ciao, Bella, ciao, ciao, ciao. If you read this, you are gay, LMAO. I'm sorry, but the fact that I laugh, I have to make it clear why I laugh so much when I heard that. Because if you read this, you're gay. It's something that we say in Venezuela in Spanish, obviously, a lot. So I couldn't help it. Bella Ciao is an Italian anti-fascist song. This is important. He was against fascists. All right. Tyler Robinson has no registered political affiliation. Okay. And according to every single record that I could find, he did not vote in the past election. The question here is, what was Tyler Robinson doing with his time if he dropped out of college after one semester? We already know it. I'm gonna fast forward for more details. The up, right, down, down, down is for a video game. It's just a code for a video game. The oh, what's this? On the bullet casing is a reference to the LGBTQ and furry communities, people who dress up as, like anthropomorphic animals, furries with fur, right? Which it is concerning enough. And maybe he was into it, even if he was in this healthy family. I don't understand how is that connection, but I can guess. I can bet that he just got into one of those chat rooms on Discord, on this chat, because it's not that you just go to one chat room. You can find any sort of chat rooms in there. Tyler was apparently currently enrolled in the Dixie Tech Electrical Apprenticeship Program. He was a third-year student. He had he was in this apprenticeship electrical program, so he was actually, let's say, busy. And important to know, Utah has only two options for the death penalty: lethal injection or firing squad. Lethal injection is the default, but we believe you can make an appeal for firing squad. And thanks to Chicken Fried Rice, Tyler Robinson was in his third year of an electrical apprenticeship at a technical college while living at home. It's the online world that's the problem. I promise. This was important because since he got this scholarship, that was interesting. That he got this $32,000 scholarship. He gets into Utah and drops after one semester at 2021. So what was he doing in this 3 to 4 years? Well, he was doing this. And Greenskeeper has a point. Exactly. Impressionable youth with something to prove get involved with these online groups with which become echo chambers in their heads. The process is slow but certain. We can't possibly know at the same time if that programming and that brainwashing started at school. That's something that we can't possibly know. But there are, by the way, you have to be careful because there are pictures circulating online. There's all sorts of Photoshop montages everywhere of him with trans flags and stuff. I'm showing you here what is confirmed. Okay, so if I confirm anything that is not here in this video, so I will make another video to expand. But as long as again, just be careful of what other information you got out there. The little college group is all that they know. Nothing exists outside of the cult. And that's something that happens. If you, for example, if you tend to isolate yourself and find solace and companionship in these groups and camaraderie and all that, yeah, you might end up with a bad company. And the thing is, it's really hard to understand or to be able to know what is the company that you're hanging out with when you're online in this chat groups, because you're on your phone or your computer, and maybe your parents have no idea where you are, or no idea who you are hanging out with, and what kind of content are you being exposed to, and in which way. And that is critical. Now, one thing that I want to make it extremely clear, and I'm going to put here the picture of him with his father for this one, is that basically every single Democrat influencer, every single liberal influencer, all of them, every single one of them are hammering the idea that Tyler Robinson was a Christian conservative. That is important to make a huge distinction here. He comes from a Mormon family, which is a conservative. They had like a First Amendment, Second Amendment on their Instagram. His mother still had those tags on her Instagram. But something changed in him. And the proof that something changed in him are two things. The first one is the clip that we saw during the press conference. I'm going to play this and my kind of reaction to this. I really didn't pay attention at that moment, but this is important to listen to.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
So, a couple of things in here, and the most important of all is that he said that Charlie Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. Now, I'm going to ask you a very easy question. In the past days, not past days, it's like basically in the past day, we have seen all this influx of toxicity online, of people cheering for Charlie Kirk's death.
That's what he said, even this guy right here.
And you notice that their justification is that he had it coming because he was, you get that right, spreading hate. That is the rhetoric. That is the word that they use. They say it over and over again. And we all know that Charlie was literally one of the most prominent faces of Republicans and conservatives. You could say conservatives. So who do you think these people who cheer his death voted for? Do you think that it's Republicans or it's Democrats? Do you think it's conservatives or it's progressives? There's an important distinction here. And if Tyler Robinson said that Charlie Kirk was spreading hate and I was full of hate, then you can instantly assume that he was using the same words of Democrats, the same words of liberals that they all themselves have exposed very publicly in these days. So that is the first sign that no, he is he could be apolitical, maybe he didn't vote, but he is not a conservative by any means. And also, it is important. Matt Walsh made this observation. I'm going to go back a few slides in here to make a point. In one of the bullet cases, he wrote, "Hey, fascist, catch." And also had this anti-fascist song. Which side of the political spectrum, which party, which tribe uses that word, fascist, over and over again, as in attacking the other party? Is it Republicans? Is it conservatives? Is it MAGA? No, it is Democrats that keep calling us fascists. It is Democrats, liberals, progressives. Yeah, the all of them, over and over again. So you understanding how their narrative crumbles, and this is the kind of thing that this is the way that you kind of counteract the arguments online. They're gonna say over again, "Oh, he was."
Revolutionary salute to my brother Roscoe for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family salute. He said they told me to tell the truth and shame them that he's built on. Hold on, they told me to tell the truth and shame that he's built on out of his the same hate that came back and killed him, and they know it. Tell the truth, shame the devil. I think that's what you was saying, brother. Yep, that hate that he built and came back and killed him. That's absolutely what happened. You reap what you sow, and the wages of sin is still there. Didn't that man know what he was doing? He was a great speaker at antagonizing individuals, and he antagonized the wrong individual, and it cost him his life. And he was being a bigot when he died. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
He was a conservative. He came from this conservative family. Yeah, but he was brainwashed in those Discord servers, in those Discord chats, in those chat rooms. You can see it. There's, if you don't want to believe the, let's say that you don't want to believe the FBI. Let's say for a moment that you don't want to believe the FBI. That is hearsay. What they're making up, what they heard over dinner. But they found this in the bullet casings. What was this made of as well? What kind of level of conspiracy are we talking about here? And some people are claiming at the same time that no, he was not a liberal or a Democrat or a progressive. He was an ultra far right, pro-white nationalism, what is called right now a groyper. And the issue is that no, they wouldn't use, if it was the case, he wouldn't use the word fascist. He wouldn't use fascist as a slur. That wouldn't happen. That is just a nonsensical. Some questions. Let's go to the questions. The questions are important. Before we move forward, that is the biggest lie of Tyler Robinson, and the biggest lie that people are pushing online. He is a conservative. It was a conservative targeting Kirk for no. That is a lie. It's a lie being pushed by everyone, every single Democrat, every single liberal, and now you know how to counteract that. Questions. We have many questions. How come we don't have information about who was in the Discord channel Charlie Kirk assassin was in? Because it's almost never just one person or you're talking or two people talking. Usually more of them, or you don't talk to just one person. You don't brag about what you're gonna do to just your roommate. You usually, if you're in a group, you're gonna say, "Oh, maybe I will do something when Charlie Kirk is in my university." That is natural. If you get wordy, I don't know how to say that, with just one person, you're gonna do that in a group, especially if you are anonymous. And yeah, the FBI should have access to that. Discord is the same platform the Butler assassin was communicating with people in. We were never told who he communicated with. If what we were told today is true, how come we haven't been told who the assassin asked to be up this rifle? The roommate. Okay, we know that it was the roommate, but are you going to tell us that the roommate is the only guy that he was talking to? And the roommate, it was his roommate. He most likely was talking to other people on that Discord server. So who are those people? Which was the Discord he was in? Who is that person, and did they know about the hit in advance? If so, they are an accessory to murder. I have so many questions. At the same time, there's this, I understood what the FBI was trying to do with last night's press conference, delaying it. They were using this strategy of saying, "Oh, we are going to delay the press conference," waiting for a ping on the cell phone of those that they were tracking. including there's this guy, Tyler Robinson. They wanted a confirmation that somebody messaged him about, yes, the FBI press conference was being delayed, and for somehow, in some way that has not been made public, then the FBI reached out to the father. That is what I understand. So again, at first, my first reaction was the FBI did nothing. They were in this just dead end. There was just a father that spontaneously turned his son in. And it turns out that reality is a bit of half and half. There was like a cooperation between the two. There was a bit of pressure between the two parties. So I say that both the FBI did their job, or the job that was up to them. And the father, well, I have some words for the father as well. About the father, that takes a lot of courage. There are some a bit misleading images, like this one from 2017.
It's not misleading.
Where he was wearing for Halloween a Donald Trump costume in which he is riding Donald Trump. I mean, I don't know who can look at this and imagine that you are a Trump supporter, because that's simply not true. It's like you're riding him like you would have a donkey or a horse or something like that. And this was, by the way, back in 2017. How old was he at that time? So his family approved of this. And at the same time, I remember that not every Republican was pro-Trump in 2017. Many Republicans did not like Trump back in 2017. And so this proves nothing. Besides that, he was mocking Trump with this costume. That this is more than obvious. I don't know how to make this any more clear. We have a few more clues. Matt Walsh, unsurprisingly, the left is gearing up to pin this on Nick Fuentes by claiming the killer was a groyper. I already explained that. Unfortunately for them, that claim doesn't fit any of the facts on the ground. Not that they give a damn about that. The killer labeled Kirk a fascist. That is a term only ever used by the left and as insult to the right. The idea that he killed Charlie for not being right-wing enough, but also consider Charlie a fascist, is
not true. The left used it a lot to call Trump a fascist. Before they called Trump a fascist, they never was saying it. But all of these are fascists. Just individual, like they said, the Nazis and Mussolini were fascists, and the Japanese emperor in World War II. It was the Allies, Russia, America, Britain, China, against the fascists, So it's not the left that just get to say somebody's a fascist when America was saying no. Zelensky is a fascist, like the Nazis are the fascists. So whoever put the fascists on the gun, they're saying Charlie Kirk is a Nazi, and they are correct. It's crystal clear that he is a textbook fascist. When you go back in history and you see these racist speakers and they sitting up there eloquently spewing bigotry to the crowd, and the crowd is like, wow, that's what he was. You see, he's good with his words to manipulate the rest. He is absolutely a fascist, inciting the whites with his rhetoric. He just was the latest one. So this dude here with his intellect is absolutely wrong, pretending like, oh, that's just the left. The left just called Trump a fascist. But they've called plenty of people fascists. Any dictator.
Is totally incoherent. Absolute nonsense. And I agree with Matt with this. Cernovich has perhaps the best words for the father. There are people who deserve grace, and it's not the left. The murderer's dad was a Christian working man, one of us as much as anyone. His son was radicalized by demonic forces in school and accelerated in college and read it. His grief and guilt must be immense. Pray for him. I agree with Cerno. And then, well, deeper questions that are left unanswered. And I want to believe that the FBI is continuing investigation to be able to answer this. So we are supposed to believe that a high IQ college student spends days scouting a location, carries out a public execution with a rifle from a distance, successfully gets away, but instead of disappearing, he goes home so his minister and father can turn him in, and then conveniently leaves all the evidence sitting in a Discord chat? Matt Kim, I agree, that doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, he made the most spectacular escape possible.
The people.
He went right home, expecting what? Anticipating that he was going to be captured eventually. Also, both Donald Trump assassin Thomas Crooks and Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson have zero digital footprint. No, I don't believe it. He was on Discord. He 100% had a digital footprint. That they are hiding that from us, that is another thing. They're hiding that from us for a reason. I want to think that is for a good reason, but I'm not holding my breath on that one. I am not holding my breath. So, says Phil Holloway, Tyler Robinson was communicating with someone on Discord prior to and about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Someone provided him with a rifle. This means there were others involved. That's a conspiracy. More arrests need to be made. And again, who was that older guy that attracted attention to himself and shouting, "I have the right to remain silent"? What was that? The FBI could answer this. Maybe this is also part of the ongoing investigation, but I have the hunch that we will not have answers about this anytime soon. So, well, not to mention the guy who still we are waiting for an explanation from him as to why did he stood up seconds after Charlie had been shot, waving his hands in the air and cheering and smiling in the direction of the shooter Robinson was. Still have those questions. Some questions have already answers. You have reached out to me telling me that, oh, take a look at the guy who was signaling with his white hat. It turns out that no, it was a guy in the white hat is Frank Turek, a very good friend of Charlie's and full-time Christian apologist. People are saying that he was giving hand signals and that he was in on it or something. Absolutely ridiculous. Frank is a great man and Charlie loved him. So no, it was that was a red herring. No, not really a clue. This is all that we know about this case. I'm pretty sure that more details will pop up really soon.
Yeah.
But
yeah, psychopathic killer, but I'm gonna send him some money. Put something on his books. Fuck the race is the biggest. That's the best I can do it now to really piss him off. Fuck them. They gave that white boy Daniel Pearl a penny, millions of dollars for killing that little brother on that train in New York, that bus in New York. You see what I'm saying? It ain't no fun when rap got the gun. I'm gonna send that man some money.
Good cops be cops.
I don't appreciate what Charlie Kirk said about Dr. King and black women that had low IQ, and if a black man flying a plane, he like, oh, I don't know about this. Oh, really? I do know that I'm gonna send old boy some money, Charlie. I feel real good about that.
Cash Patel, everyone.
This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, this is what happens when you let good cops be cops. We're going to debunk this bullshit that the FBI caught the shooter. We're going to debunk that. You see, I'm very big on what people say. I'm a former Army interrogator, and I was trained to listen to the words you say because the words you say are very important. So we're going to look at what Kash Patel said, what the governor of Utah said during this press conference, and we're going to debunk some shit and we're going to analyze some shit. But first, let's listen to some more.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
No, you didn't. No. We're going to debunk.
Remember, I just found this for us to watch. But all of us on this channel already knew. We didn't need a former Army interrogator to tell us that press conference was bullshit and that them people didn't catch no motherfucking body. Everybody on this platform who watched that press conference, we called out the lies, it's documented, and we knew they was full of shit. Now, I found this video right here because this corroborates what we already said and we already knew. Man, people got us fucked up. They ain't found
this
nobody.
shooter was called narrative. That's the governor of Utah, by the way. And after I'm finished debunking this he was caught narrative, we're going to look at some really disturbing shit that the governor said. In case you didn't watch this press conference, in case you missed it, there's some gross and alarming things that you need to see. But I'll jump into that into a minute. First, back to the lies.
In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. We got him. This is what happens when good cops be good cops. This is historic progress. Why don't we let the governor tell us what really happened? Because the shooter wasn't caught. Governor, tell us what really happened. Before I get into this full breakdown, please like the video, comment, and subscribe.
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident.
Oh, so wait a minute. You didn't catch him. He confessed to a family member and they turned him in. You spent the first half of this press conference talking about how good cops are good cops and we did so much work. Kash Patel at one point went into all the assets they used. We used fixed wing assets. We were flying back and forth across the country. He talked about the vice president.
What I told y'all when he said that, I said, man, you wasted all our money. All that bullshit you talking about y'all did. Y'all didn't caught nobody, man. Daddy turned him in. And y'all patting each other on the back, talking about all the FBI, local law enforcement, and the sheriff department, and departments all over the country. Y'all stole our money. We ain't slept. Y'all should have been asleep. You ain't did shit. Now all them finna get fat-ass checks, and they ain't did shit. Bro, that's ridiculous, man.
Being there, the president being there, and all this wasted money, time, and effort. You didn't catch him. He turned himself in. You know what you also didn't do? You didn't mention that he was a cishet white man raised by Republican parents in a red state around guns. You didn't mention that.
Now,
you didn't
see. We got videos now. The other guy saying trying to tell us, no, he's not a Republican. His parents Republican, but it's okay to say that. I told you they don't want to tell us no truth, but we got the right. We telling all the truth. It ain't got nothing to do with us. We just telling the truth. If a Republican who killed Charlie Kirk, that's worse for Charlie Kirk. You're killed really by one of your own. A white Republican killed you, Charlie. Now, why did this white Republican allegedly be a part of a group? Because he ain't the only one. Kill you, Charlie. What happened?
Didn't mention that he wasn't a left-leaning lunatic. In fact, you provided some uncorroborated evidence in this conference that will allow people to continue to think he is a left-leaning lunatic. You provided some unverified single source information that played into that narrative, didn't you? Listen to what you did say. Let's play what you did say.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger.
So this story hasn't been vetted. This is a single family member telling them about a single interaction they had with him. Now, this story could be true word for word. I'm not saying it's not, but this is irresponsible to report it this way because, first of all, let me say a few things. First of all, there are people in my own family who don't agree with me politically because they are MAGA and they misrepresent my views all the time. That's number one. When you're talking about a single source of information, you got to take into account personal opinion and personal interpretation. Second of all, not liking Charlie Kirk is not exclusive to being on the left. In fact, did you know that well-known white supremacist, well-known white nationalist Nick Fuentes has been beefing with Charlie Kirk over the last week on the internet? Nick Fuentes wants Charlie Kirk to debate him, and Charlie Kirk was refusing to do so. And they got this little online squabble. I won't go into all the details of it because it's not the point. The point is Nick Fuentes isn't far left. He's far right. And those who are around Nick Fuentes, who follow Nick Fuentes, who also don't like Charlie Kirk, they are not far left. But you didn't provide any alternative context like that, did you? You just provided this single family source's story because it plays into this far left narrative that he's politically motivated and doesn't like Charlie Kirk. People are going to say that's the left, but in fact, it could very well be the far right. You didn't say, hey, don't jump to conclusions, did you? You didn't verify this family member's story in any real way, did you? You just provided it because it plays into the narrative. You provided it so that people could recklessly jump to conclusions, just like you provided the information on the shell casings. Remember the shell casings that were supposed to be transgender, anti-fascist engravings? Let's see what you said about the shell casings.
Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this question mark?"
How is that transgender, anti-fascist? No, that's actually this, you know, if you go to the habitually online side of Reddit, you'll see that meme all over the place. It's a repeated phrase. It's an online meme. It's people who are habitually on that side of the internet just repeat it. It's like an inside joke kind of thing, but it's not transgender, anti-fascist. What else was on the shell casings?
Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point."
So, hey fascist, catch. That's probably anti-fascist, you're right. Does that mean it's the Antifa of the left that you always refer to? No, it doesn't mean that, because the alternative context here is that there are plenty of people across the entire political spectrum who are against fascism. But you know that people will read that as anti-fascist, which will read that as Antifa, which will read that as left. You provided no alternative context because you are okay with people jumping to conclusions.
Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols.
Up, right, down, down, down. That's video game language. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this other stuff is video game language. Hey, fascists, catch this. That's probably from a video game as well. I don't know, but because it's a company with up, right, down, 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 I must assume it is. This guy was probably a gamer.
A second unfired casing read, "Oh, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao."
It's from a song. It's an anti-Nazi song, but that doesn't mean that it's from the left. You just know that if it plays into the anti-Nazi, anti-fascism narrative, that people will assume it's from the left, when again, there's plenty of people on the far right who are anti-Nazi, anti-fascist.
Come on, bro.
And a third unfired casing read, "If you read..."
I'm hearing this man for the first time with you, but come on, that's why I just told y'all. If you're against the Nazis, you anti-fascist. We watch Redacted all the time. They anti-fascist. We watched it. Conor McGregor, Scott Ritter. These were Republican type of guys. Anti-fascist. They're not lefties, and they anti-fascist. But these two try to. You see anti-fascist. Oh, that's for sure. Antifa. Oh, get the fuck out of here. That's not what that means. They're saying Charlie Kirk was a fascist. And they were absolutely correct in saying that.
Read this, "You are gay, LMAO."
Definitely on the left, right? Homophobic language, definitely on the left. That's obviously another habitually online Reddit joke that is not a left-leaning idea or a transgender anti-fascist idea. So where was, might I add, the transgender anti-fascism in any of that? The report came out that this was one officer's interpretation of the shell casing engravings, that they were transgender anti-fascist. Well, that officer was wrong. This is once again a person's singular interpretation that got leaked out. Why was it leaked out, by the way? Because Kash Patel was on X the whole time talking about everything happening on the goddamn investigation with full transparency. And by transparency, we mean leaking shit he shouldn't be leaking. But we also know that everything he leaked, that he was real-time posting on X, was actually just politically motivated, reckless posting to push this radical left narrative. 2 people, by the way, were incorrectly identified by Kash Patel. 2 people incorrectly identified by Kash Patel during his transparency posting on X during this entire investigation. Nothing on these shell casings was anti-fascist transgenderism. No, like this is just made up. That's just made up to push the far left narrative. And listen, to emphasize this point, I want to look at some of the drivel that the Utah governor said in his closing speech in the press conference. Once the press conference was coming to an end, he got up to the microphone and gave this little fucking speech. He got on the mic and he had this fake catch in his throat, like he was sad about to cry. The whole time he was speaking as if he was about to cry. It was cringe as fuck to watch. And he just piss poor acting. But he goes on about being angry. Watch this.
Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been. As sad as I have ever been.
As sad as I've ever been. I've never been so angry in my life. So sad in my life. But then as he continues this I'm so sad, so angry performance, he says he found strength. You can't make this shit up. He found strength in the words of Charlie Kirk. I mean, you talk about trying to make this guy a deity. They're trying to make Charlie Kirk Jesus Christ now. I found strength in the words of Charlie. Watch. You can't make this shit up. Watch.
As anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state.
Shut up. First of all, I'm not letting him play Charlie Kirk's words. I'll just tell you, it's blah, blah, blah. He goes on to talk about how young people loved Charlie, but some people didn't love Charlie. Some young people hated Charlie. But Charlie was still brave enough to go into their community and speak with them because he was a champion of free speech. Then he reads these 3 or 4 quotes from Charlie Kirk that basically say, if we don't have free speech, we have nothing. What? Man, listen, I refuse to play into this mischaracterization of Charlie Kirk as some champion of free speech, some American hero. No, he was a bigot who spread hateful ideologies. Okay? He said that George Floyd died of a drug overdose. That's been disproven, is not true, but it played into a racial narrative. He said that gun deaths were necessary. So while children were getting shot in school, he said that was necessary to keep the Second Amendment. He said we should bring back public executions. He did not apologize. He was unapologetically cool with bringing back public executions. There's a long list of things that Charlie Kirk said that were completely divisive, completely gross, completely motivated by racial narratives to make him out as this great American hero of champion of free speech is attempting to erase all the hate and awful things he said and to deify him. But listen, the performance didn't stop there. The governor then goes on to be fake sad about the shooter being from Utah and then brings out a bunch of racist dog whistles. I really want you to listen to this part right here.
For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us, that somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country.
Yeah, of course you thought that. Well, quickly, I'm going to jump in here. He's praying that they're from a blue state or out of country so he can play into the blue state narrative or the xenophobic foreign terror narrative. That's what he was praying for. Okay? That's what he means by that.
Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here.
It would make it easier on us if we could just say we don't do that here. This is white blindness. I call this white blindness because they refuse to take any accountability. He wants to push the narrative of we, the good old people in Utah, the white folk, don't do this.
Come on, bro. And ain't nobody should let him get away with that, bro. That shit, come on. Where Congressional Black Caucus? Where everybody? Where? Congressional Mexican Caucus and Asian Caucus. He said he wished they was Asian, Mexican, or black. He wished it wasn't the good old white folks who killed Charlie. But this, oh man, it was us. It was us. It was us. What, bitch? What you say? You racist bastard. This racism, this spewing. That's what got Charlie killed, brother. Have you learned nothing?
Yes.
You antagonize
right now. There's evidence right in his face that you do this. There's evidence right in your face that it is white people, cishet white people doing this. It is evidence right in your face.
Come on, man. Why this guy just come behind and validate everything we were saying? So people can't say, oh, you brother, you preaching. Hey, what the fuck? Listen to the white man. Listen to the white man. He know better. These people know what's going on here. And you better call it out as soon as you hear it. Hell no. Charlie got whacked. We know ain't no going back to that. That's what got Charlie whacked. Every fucking time they say something, we gonna say, hey, that's what got Charlie killed. I think you should remember that. Every time they say some bigot bullshit to backhand us, hey, trying to antagonize the community, that's what got Charlie killed.
He said it's not a blue state terrorist or an out-of-country terrorist, that it's your own people. The call's coming from inside the house. And you're sad about that. Rather than just taking accountability and acknowledging it, you would rather just be sad about it.
But it did happen here.
Yeah,
and it was one of us. But I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights. There was no rioting. There was no looting. There were no cars set on fire. There's no violence.
Wow. Imagine that. Imagine going from it was one of us, and rather than taking accountability for that and addressing that and having some introspection, he found a way to immediately jump as fast as possible to these racist dog whistles. Right?
Man, come on, bro. Come on, it was meant to be for me to find this dude. I told you, as the press conference was going on, I told you exactly what he's saying. He couldn't wait. He was like, damn, it is one of us. But we didn't riot. We didn't loot. He couldn't wait to backhand and disrespect black people. Like saying that's what Black Lives Matter. Once again, that's what got Charlie killed. That type of hateful rhetoric. It's not coming from the mouth of the governor, as Charlie is dead for the same thing. They want to continue it. Because being disrespectful towards black people in America is called freedom of speech.
Rioting, looting, cars burning. These are the same language that's been recycled from the right forever. And they're basically, he's referencing the Black Lives Matter protests. They mischaracterize these protests as being riots and looting and burning cities and burning cars, when that's not true. That's a mischaracterization of the Black Lives Matter protest. But also, let's be abundantly clear. When these protests were happening, when they were protesting the murder of people like George Floyd, that Charlie Kirk mischaracterized as having died of a drug overdose when he was in fact murdered by Derek Chauvin. It's ironic you bring it up. But when they were protesting those murders, it's because historically those murders continue to happen over and over and over and over without any accountability. And there comes a point where like enough of this, it has to stop. However, this type of murder that just happened, the Charlie Kirk assassination, this white on white crime that just happened, there's no historical context where that just happens over and over and over without justice.
And we got to be careful, because when a man like this tell the truth, the right say he's a Marxist or a communist. He just telling the truth about the wrongs of white people. What Charlie Kirk was saying was that's Marxism and communism. He's been brainwashed by the Leninists. I'm like, bullshit. The man is telling the truth. He's thinking of lies that is steady bringing suffering to America. Man is trying to cleanse America with good old-fashioned truth. And Charlie and the governor of Utah, they just can't fucking deal with it. And like I say, I don't know, man, that's crazy. They set it up there in Utah to have, Charlie assassinated and took out in the whitest of the white places where they can blame no one but themselves. Wasn't a black person in 100 miles of that assassination.
And accountability. One thing the good white people of Utah could take comfort in, and the white people of this country could take comfort in, was that there was going to be justice when and if the guy was caught. Because anytime you kill a white person, especially a well-known rich white person, there's going to be some accountability. So why would anybody need to protest? This is an absolute false equivalency and a mischaracterization just to get a dog whistle out. It was gross and it was also loud. And then he says this.
There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity.
Is that a fact? There was people and prayers and vigils. No, there was HBCUs across the country being threatened. The shooter was white. Shooter was a cishet white male. There was HBCUs across the campuses across the country receiving threats. There was people all across social media. I can play you video after video after video declaring war on the left, revenge in the left. This was a radical left. We need to get together and as offline and come up with a plan to avenge Charlie. That's what's happening, and you're just skipping over that. You don't even want to talk about that. There was a bomb threat made to the DNC. There was a website made to dox people that others felt like their online reactions were too cold or too insensitive. And so they decided to dox them on a website. You don't talk about that. The director of the FBI doesn't talk about this. The governor doesn't talk about this. The president didn't go on Fox News this morning and talk about this. Nope. It's just pushing the radical left narrative. Why are none of the leadership in this country doing anything to chill the temperature? Why are they instead feeding into this radical left narrative, despite cisgendered white Mormon raised by Republican parents in a red state who did this not being radical left at all? Why? We all know why. They have an agenda. They have an agenda. And I'm going to tell you something. This agenda needs to raise alarms and red flags for you if it hasn't already. The president, the director of the FBI, the governor of Utah, the leadership of this country are purposely and intentionally stoking the flames of civil unrest in our country. And they have no intention, none, of bringing the temperature down. This is dangerous. And I don't see them changing their ways because they see this as a way to silence opposition and seize full autocratic power.
About that black on black crime, though. Oh my goodness. First things first, let's give a round of applause to Kash Patel and the FBI for showing the American people how grossly incompetent you guys are. So that round of applause is for the FBI because these idiots had nothing. They didn't have any fingerprints. They didn't have any names. They didn't have any locations. All the images they had were like 3 pixels. These people are absolutely grossly incompetent. Kash Patel is the dumbest person on this planet, possibly, okay? Because the last dumbest person is no longer here. Damn. But Kash Patel then goes on in a press conference, bruh, if you can believe this, goes on to say, well, to my friend, we got it here, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
To my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
What? Valhalla? What? What are you talking about, Valhalla, bruh? Like, where did he even go? Where did he even come up with that, Valhalla? Was he off of like playing Assassin's Creed or something and just came up with Valhalla? Wasn't Charlie Kirk a Christian, a Catholic, quote unquote, Protestant, whatever? And you'll tell him you'll see him again in Valhalla? Bro, if y'all, I just find it hilarious that every single accusation is a confession. They're screaming and hollering about DEI and how people are in positions that they're not qualified for, as literally you have a simpleton, a 5'3" midget, Kash Patel, who's in a position that he's not qualified for, talking about, I'll see you in Valhalla. Bro, I want to talk on a serious note, because we have to, we have to lower the temperature. And I think it's serious what has recently happened with this kid named Tyler Robinson, I believe is his name, allegedly. And I think we need to have a moment of silence for Tyler Robinson. We need to show empathy for this kid, because you have to understand that he's probably going through a lot right now. To be turned in by your own father, that's got to have some type of, childhood trauma that's attached to it. And I think it's very harmful that anyone would wish harm or ill will upon Tyler for making a simple mistake. Okay, this is a young kid. He's 22. We all make mistakes, do we not? All right. You tell me, as the scripture says, the person without sin, you cast the first stone at Tyler. All right. Tyler made a honest mistake. Okay, we don't even know if he's actually the person. He's alleged to be the person, but we need to have a moment of silence for Tyler because he's probably going through a lot. There's a lot that he has to unpack emotionally. So there's a lot that his family is probably going through as well.
Revolutionary salute to our brother BLACK money sign for the donation to the war chest. Revolutionary way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, fellas. That's cold-blooded. Knowing they smoke, that's cold-blooded. They know what they did. Revolutionary way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute. They know what they did.
As well, despite his traitorous father. So just a moment of silence, just to give empathy for Tyler Robinson. Thank you. Thank you.
Someone cooked here.
Having said that, as I said in the intro, what about that black on black crime though, right? You can't make this up, bro. How many times I've been warning these people? How many times I've been warning the lineage of evil? How many times I've been warning the white ignorance? I've been telling y'all for the longest. I brought up the Lyndon B. Johnson quote literally almost in every video that I talk about the lineage of evil, letting you guys know that your own hatred, your own venom is poisoning you. You drinking venom think it's going to hurt black people. That is not what's going on. Sure enough, we have Tyler Robinson. He came from a two-parent household. Charlie Kirk, if you're watching this video, I'm sure you are. Charlie, if you're watching this video, and I'm sure you are, Tyler Robinson came from a two-parent household. I know you were like the king of black people on Black Stats. You said that the issue was with the culture of the one-parent household in the black community. Tyler came from a two-parent household, a loving two-parent household. They were pro-American, pro-Republican, pro-Trump. For those you don't know, he actually had a MAGA Halloween costume. Just so he had a MAGA Halloween costume, Charlie. Oh, and they loved guns. They taught, his father was a sheriff, if I'm not mistaken. His father was a sheriff, and he taught him guns at an early age. At an early age.
See, look at this play being run by the Mossad. They got everybody spinning in circles. So now the right, they got to get their narrative together. They got to get their narrative together. The Republican family, young man loved Trump. Why did he kill Charlie Kirk? We got to get down to the bottom. We got to get down to the bottom of it. So this wasn't a left wing, loony, Antifa. It wasn't a cross-dresser either, not. So we got to get to the bottom of this. What do we have here? A Trump lover. That's really gonna hurt them. They gonna start looking at each other different now.
Hey, Charlie. So
Trump.
If you can tell me how that fits into the equation, I would greatly appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
He's out of line, but he's right.
So for those of you out there as well, if you can tell me how that works, because it seems to go against everything Charlie Kirk was saying about black people. So that only leads me to the conclusion, well, are you guys born that way?
Wake up, nigga.
Is that what we're saying? Because I don't want to go that route, but that's what Charlie Kirk would go, right? That's what he would say. Charlie Kirk was a problem giver. He wasn't a solution giver. He was a problem giver. He would talk about black people very disparagingly, all this black on black crime, gang violence, right? I believe that was his last words. But all of this, and we come to find out little Timmy, or little Tyler in this case, loving parents, husband and wife in the household, all about, God, all about Republicans, all about America, went to school, did good grades, all of this. So can you explain that one to me? I'm just all ears, because it seems that what I've been telling you guys is accurate. That if you look at all the black criminals, that it has to do with many cases it can be explained, whether through financial, whether through as far as the area that they're in. Influence, a negative influence of the culture that's not even theirs. It's a culture such that Charlie Kirk and his donors actually perpetuated and honestly profited off of. Okay, So I just want to be clear that that's very interesting, that when you look at a lot of these Tylers out there, that they all come from a two-parent household. They don't suffer from poverty. They all love God and Jesus, okay? And they're all homosexuals, as they say. And somehow, one or another, they eventually lead to crime.
It's ironic.
But you ready for the cherry on top of this delicious sundae? Is that they actually went out of their way to try to blame black people. I kid you not. I don't know. These people are sick. They're sick in the head. Bro, he goes on to talk about, well, you see, Utah people, we didn't do any riots. We didn't, no looting going on.
I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last two nights.
Racism just in them.
There was no rioting. There's no looting. There were no cars set on fire. There's no violence. There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity.
Man, fight back! White 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 man, fight back!
Hey, this is disgusting, bro. This is, hey, you know what I'm saying? The America needs to stop this shit. Why? These punks sitting in the circle with the flag. White man, fight back. White man, fight back. What the fuck are y'all talking about, bro? This is crazy, bro. Y'all motherfuckers. For real, bro, we shouldn't be getting a good laugh over there because this is some serious times. Our lives are in danger. We gotta laugh so we won't cry. They gotta pump each other. White man, fight back. White man, fight back. Bitch, y'all killing each other. Ain't nobody did that to y'all. What the hell are you talking about? White man, fight back. White man, fight. There's got to be some insane shit. Fight back against who? They should just start punching each other. I can understand that. They just start brawling because they are each other's worst enemy. But shame on them. Talking about this is where it starts. White man, fight back. White man. Then they bitch ass will go home, go to sleep, and go to watch a movie and go to work in the morning. That's what's wrong with her. This is why the left knocking y'all ass off, bro. Because y'all pump yourself up like this, then y'all gonna kill an innocent black person. Bitch, y'all ain't solved the problem of the left gunning y'all down, but ain't the left this time to do it as a Republican. So, really ain't got no answer, but this ain't gonna get it.
Fight back!
That ain't gonna get it, bro. That's fucking ridiculous.
And I'm like, bro.
Whoa, bro. That ain't gonna get it, bro.
Are you?
Revolutionary salute to my brother Zeke for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. They don't hurt yourself laughing like I just did. Hey, brother. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate that love to the war chest. That's ridiculous, bro. I should be pissed because you're trying to pump yourself up to do us some harm, but I just gotta laugh at y'all and say, man, get y'all some sleep, bro. Man, y'all get y'all some rest, man. Oh, man, you used to be dangerous when you do that. Y'all lynch a bunch of it, and now we look at y'all like, man, come on, man. Sit down somewhere. Young fella. We just look at y'all and call y'all young fella. If we send y'all, we just rub y'all heads. Oh, young fella, go and sit down somewhere. Because that's ridiculous. I tell you what, y'all ain't what y'all granddaddy used to be. Y'all, that's why y'all turn on each other. Y'all scared to death of the black man. And that ain't funny because we don't want to do nothing to y'all, man. We want to mind our business and get our money right, get our families together, and get us some land and rebuild our civilization. But y'all granddaddy, you know what I'm saying? They had free reign of our people, and we didn't touch y'all. Don't fuck with us like that. So y'all just taking out the anger on one another.
You serious? Are you serious right now?
In a circle.
They somehow find a way to do mental gymnastics to try and build.
This is ridiculous. They should divorce them niggas. Are you crazy? Look at your husband, this fool. Why, man? They trying to pump each other up because they scared the bitch. Yeah, you know you ain't gonna do nothing. Civil war is here. Bitch, I'm 45. I've been 45 years old. Hey, y'all ain't gonna do nothing, bro. I don't believe you. I swear to God, I don't believe y'all got no civil war. Y'all got all the good. What the fuck y'all waiting on? What are y'all waiting on for the Civil War? I seen one bastard make a YouTube video and he said he got a big YouTube channel, millions of subscribers, white dude. The headline said, government step aside, Civil War. I saw a bitch, you was a hoe. You don't supposed to ask for permission, bitch. You scared.
Vilify or blame black people.
You ain't gonna do shit.
See, I mean, you might as well just come out and say, look at what BLM did. And I find it hilarious that we're trying to equate the state taking the life of a citizen versus a white kid doing what he did, we'll say. I don't think that's anywhere near the same. I don't know what to tell you. And ironic enough, your focus is on black people yet again. Now, I don't know what to tell you, but I believe the saying is, if you don't learn, history will repeat itself. So unless you want history to repeat itself, perhaps
that's what got
y'all should start focusing on the white community. Okay? Y'all have all these black statistics. 1350, you know, the white people are 12 times. The last few school incidents, we had the naval incident. We just had a Kirk incident. It's been white. From my understanding, 80% of your deaths are from white. So you can, I know it's cute, right? I know you get brownie points from your other racist friends when you talk about George Floyd and everything, but George Floyd didn't do this. So I think you guys need to take some time to focus on the white community and get black people's name out of your freaking mouth. That's what you should do. Or better yet, we'll say this. How about we just get over it? We got to move forward. That's what I'll say about all of this. We got to get over it and move forward.
As much as anybody can be. It's a very terrible thing that happened. And it's just horrible to see that happening. That's just horrible. So surprising to see it here. But we have to get over it. We have to move forward.
Anyways, guys, that's the video. Let me know what you guys think. Whether or not you believe, you guys, it's not.
The people, they sharing that shit on Instagram. They got 10 million likes. White man fight back. 50 million likes. White people all over the fucking world. This is the rally cry, babe. Well, shut the bitch, your bitch ass up. Y'all ain't finna do nothing. Y'all ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing. They were getting a circle and yelling, hollering, all that old bullshit.
Vacation of 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. We have breaking news at this hour regarding new details on the murder of conservative gasbag Charlie Kirk. Don't believe the right-wing lies. It turns out the shooter had strong ties to MAGA and Donald Trump. I'm David Reddish. Welcome back to Occupy Democrats. And I apologize for looking like hell. This story broke mid-workout. Here it is. The murder of conservative personality Charlie Kirk continues to dominate the news cycle following the identification of 22-year-old Tyler Robinson as his killer. If you've been watching the news cycle, you probably have heard prominent figures like Donald Trump make claims like this.
Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. We have a great country. We have a radical left group of lunatics out there, just absolute lunatics, and we're going to get that problem solved. I'm only concerned for the country. Yeah.
Or the blowhard liars at Fox News make claims like this.
They don't need bodyguards on campus. Conservative speakers do.
Yes.
We have to stop pretending that it's just a violence problem in America. This was a political assassination by the left on the most prominent and important young voice in conservative America. That's what happened.
Yes. As it turns out, both assertions are flat out false. And yes, we have evidence. Stay with me here. Also, while Kash Patel has touted the apprehension of Robinson as a win for his FBI, it's important to keep in mind that law enforcement did not identify Robinson by name. In fact, he turned himself in at the urging of his father.
Tyler Robinson, a 22-year-old Utah local, confessed Friday morning to fatally shooting conservative activist Charlie Kirk, officials said. Robinson was turned in after his father recognized him in photos released by the FBI, and his son admitted he was the gunman. Robinson's father asked him to turn himself in, but his son replied that he would rather kill himself. The father then convinced his son to speak with their youth minister, who called the FBI, and agents later took Robinson into custody. Only about 2 months earlier in July, Robinson's father painted a much different picture of family life with his son on social media.
See the father, the family friend, the youth minister. I minister my ass. These are the Mormons. So this was the perfect place to do it. Compartmentalize. You know what I'm saying? Where you get the right fraternal individuals. Easy. It handles the father. The father goes to the Mormon ministers and all this type of BS. They large brothers. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, they whack Charlie Kirk too.
Where he posted a video reel showing highlights from their Mexico trip together, in which
They
Tyler
really hate to do it, but this was going to make America stronger. See, they had to do this for America. They didn't want to do this to Charlie. They had to do this for America.
was pictured happily showing off a fish he caught. Another video going viral reveals another proud moment for Tyler, this time in a video posted by his mother, in which he announces he had received a college scholarship. In a statement, Utah State University, which is a different school from where the shooting took place, confirmed the suspect had briefly attended the university for one semester in 2021. Other pictures of the suspected killer that have emerged also feel almost chillingly normal, sharing a meal with his dad, grinning while riding in what appears to be a small plane, and seemingly enjoying a happy family life. The only photos which really stand out include one in which he appears to be dressed for Halloween in a Trump costume, and a number of others that point to an interest in various types of weapons.
If it seems like Tyler Robinson looks less and less like a radical liberal and more like, well, a Trump supporter, that simply means your eyes and ears, not to mention your cognitive abilities, still function. Though Robinson declared no party on his voter registration, mounting evidence suggests he had ties to white supremacist Nick Fuentes and his so-called grouper movement. For more on that, see our other videos here on the channel. And now we have even more evidence that suggests Robinson wasn't acting from the left, but from the right. The Daily Beast has just run portions of an interview with Robinson's grandmother, Debbie Robinson. Her son is Tyler's father. She insists that the entire family is Trump-loving MAGA Republicans and that she doesn't even know any Democrats. Robinson said, quote, "My son, his dad is a Republican for Trump. Most of my family members are Republican. I don't know any single one who's a Democrat." Close quote. She further added, quote, "I'm just so confused. Tyler is the shyest person. He has never, ever spoke politics to me at all," end quote. So, a radical transgender anti-fascist leftist? Not so much. A man raised in a Mormon family and trained in all manner of weaponry from bazookas to machine guns to sniper rifles? That fits the bill. Again, for more on that, check out our other videos here on the channel. What's becoming increasingly clear is that the attacks on the left from right-wing politicians and other figures in the wake of Kirk's murder are nothing more than political opportunism. Attempts at conveniently smearing political rivals regardless of the facts. And the facts, as more and more come into focus, also paint a different story. One of a troubled young man enrolled in an electrician's technical school, not a university. A man from a devout Christian background. A man raised...
Got a left, did him. And the Mossad still in on this with him. The left, see how they baited him in yesterday? They had the right going off. Now they got to regroup now. Now they got to regroup. Now Trump can't say loony leftist, radical anti. Yeah, that ain't who killed Charlie, brother. That ain't who killed Charlie.
Middle class. A man surrounded by and indoctrinated by right-wing ideology.
They wait to see what they're going to say now. They can't say the loony left. Revolutionary salute to our brother at BLACK. Money sign for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Family say all white men do is tear each other up, tear each other backsides up and off the people. That's a fact. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Family salute. They absolutely did. They absolutely did a bunch of lying, slandering, ran a bunch of plays yesterday. That is a CIA script. And then today they roll out a whole new script for y'all. Republican, God-fearing, Trump supporter. What? Man, I just told you, man, was a cross-dressing, tranny radical yesterday.
This is not an attack by the radical left. It's another symptom of the mental illness plaguing the right, the true Trump derangement syndrome, one which spreads hate, racism, sexism, and promotes violence and lies. An endless smorgasbord of lies that turns quiet, shy young men into...
Look, Democrats got them killed. They happy. And then they got them. They said that motherfucker. They said the Republicans are smooth. Now the Democrats can report this story. Now they can report the story how they want to report. Look at this dude. Look at this nigga. Look at this motherfucker. I'm still sending my $50 because the man, you know what I'm saying? I don't like what Punk was saying about Dr. King and black women didn't have the intelligence. And he said, every time I think about that, I'll send that man $10. I ain't gonna lie. Every time I think about what old Charlie was doing, yeah, I wasn't gonna shoot him. But I could donate to a motherfucker who going through some hard times in prison like young Tyler finna go through. Look at this crazy ass dude on the screen. This dude's so happy they set the Republicans fell for the 52 fake, and that's their own. That hurt. Not only is he white, but he's a white, radical, gun-toting Republican. What?
Murderers. I can't speak for Charlie Kirk, nor would I ever want to. But how about enacting gun control and mental health services in his memory? You know, the kind of common sense that would prevent tragedies like this one from ever happening again. I'm David Reddish.
This nigga shoot somebody. Man, this dude crazy. Look at it. Man. And dude got fired on MSNBC yesterday. Did y'all know that? These people, a few white people lost their job because they went on TV and told the truth. Charlie was a bigot and a racist, and nobody ain't no black people on TV that said that yet. They ain't finna lose their job over that motherfucker. But white people did. They crazy. There's few white people went on TV and said that shit. Like, man, it was a bigot, a racist, hypocrite. Ain't nobody finna shit no tears, man. All the people lost their job, tell the truth.
They're going to be blaming this on Nick Fuentes. All right, again, where is the gun? Where's the image of the gun with this kid and the gun? We're not seeing any images of this kid with a gun. We're not seeing him jump off the roof with the gun. Where's the damn gun? And if he was jumping off the roof with no gun, how did the gun end up in the woods in a bush wrapped in a towel with all these inscriptions on it? Okay. This kid is clearly not some radical trans activist. We're seeing that this is
Revolutionary Salute to our brother BLACK. Money sign for the donation to the war chest. Revolution's real life. Our brother say Tyler will have a new identity in a month. Probably will be right out the back door. Never see him and get out. I'm saying we can't put nothing past these goddamn people. But we're gonna stay on this case. They ain't finna fake us. Because we can't. America can't heal till we get to the bottom of this white on white crimes. That's a fact. Revolution real life. Absolutely appreciate the donation to the war chest soldiers.
This is a family that.
Oh, and the day Charlie Kirk got killed, that's another sign, is the day the trial for Trump's Mar-a-Lago assassin, his trial started. You see what I'm saying? So that's a lot. Charlie Kirk got killed on the same day, a dude going on trial for attempted assassination on Trump. Come on now, this is the world is a stage, man.
Loves their guns, Republican family, right? They're Trump supporting and Christian and all of the things that would not at all be this narrative that the mainstream is going with right now. But I think they're about to change it, and they're going to go to the Groypers and they're going to go to Nick Fuentes, because that's a conservative group that also has been pro-Trump for, somewhat kind of mixed on that. And Christian and loving guns and all of that. It's that group, and they're going to blame it on Nick Fuentes. And all of this leads to one place, which is where it led me yesterday. The messages that they're claiming are not exactly liberal messages. Let me see if I can. Sorry, hold on. Let me find the right thing before I play this for you. But here is New York Times. Here we go. What some of the bullet casing engravings in the Charlie Kirk shooting mean. So when these old people, like the governor of Utah and also all the old people on Fox News start saying, well, it says like, hey, fascist catch with the bullet. And look at all of these kind of clearly these are clearly woke liberal engravings. These people are old people. I'm an old person too, quite frankly, and I had to talk to younger people about this. But younger people who are in the gaming community are saying these are gamer references. This is for the gamers. And in fact, they're kind of used a lot in the Groyper circles. They're used in the Nick Fuentes Groyper circles. So once the mainstream news kind of catches on to this, they're going to go in that direction. So the New York Times, they say, here's what some of the bullet casings, engravings in the Charlie Kirk shooting mean. Many of the messages adopt the flippant, sarcastic chatter often found on online message boards and in-game chats. Sarcastic. So it has that one of them had like an up arrow, right arrow, 3 down arrow symbols, as the governor described. This is a reference to a sequence of controller moves that unleashes bombs in the popular video game Helldivers 2. Another phrase of the cartridges notices bulges, OWO, what's this? That is used for trolling with roots in online role-play communities. Some of the other messages on the unfired cartridges appear more politically straightforward, including one that says, hey, fascist, catch. Although, when I talked to even younger people, they said, well, that kind of sounds like a reference to one of the video games where they kind of have that same sort of, they don't say, hey, fascist, catch, but they do have like a, hey, so-and-so catch. And they're throwing like a bomb or grenade at them. So also another featured was Bella Ciao. That is also known in the gaming community. It's an Italian song adopted by anti-fascist resistance during World War II. It is still sung by the Italian left and in other countries to commemorate the fight against fascism. And it also appears in a recent Netflix series. And it's also used in these gaming communities. So it's this online, a lot of these phrases are coming from this online gaming community. We know that the kid is you could see he gamed, because you could see in the picture here, see if I could, the bottom left corner, let me remove this lower third for you. The bottom left corner, you could see him there playing video games in the gaming community. So it looks like he was definitely a gamer. Also, we asked Grok about this. It says, yes, Bella Ciao, the iconic Italian anti-fascist partisan song, has been ironically appropriated as a meme or joke within Groyper circles, the far-right online subculture associated with Nick Fuentes and his America First movement. Groypers, known for their ironic...
Revolutionary salute to my brother Zeke for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. He say New York Post reporting his unaliving 19 hours beforehand in a book on sale. We're gonna look at that. A book on Amazon about his death was for sale on the 9th. The words of stage. We're gonna take a look at that because I got some information on that, and the dude gonna break down exactly how that took place, brother. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. The world definitely is a stage, and they definitely did do that.
Edgy humor and trolling of mainstream conservatives like Charlie Kirk, whom they often label as fascist or insufficiently nationalist, have incorporated remixes of the song into their playlist and memes, particularly during the so-called Groyper Wars, where they targeted Kirk and Turning Point USA events. For example, for instance, a popular Spotify playlist titled Groyper Wars, America First, features a Hugel remix of Bella Ciao, alongside other tracks used to mock leftists or perceived fake conservatives. This usage flips the song's original anti-fascist meaning into a satirical taunt, aligning with the group's penchant for post-ironic 4chan-style humor that blends gaming references, furry memes, and political edginess. It's not a core joke like their frog imagery, but it has become a recognizable, ironic signal in their online spaces, especially evident in recent discussions around the Charlie Kirk shooting, where the engraving was linked to the subculture. So this is a Groyper. These are Groyper references, Groyper subculture, and Tyler Robinson being a conservative Republican, donating to Trump, liking Trump, coming from this gun-toting Christian all-American family, was probably, they're going to say, in the Groyper circles, following Nick Fuentes. And I'm telling you, any second now when mainstream news picks up on this, right now they're still loving the whole, we got to go after the left, and the left is the problem. But pretty soon they're going to have to drop that when more about Tyler Robinson comes out. And instead they're going to go in the Groyper direction. And they're going to want to silence Groypers. They're going to say they're dangerous. They worked together as a team in order to do this. He wasn't a lone shooter. There was a whole group of them, a group of Groypers, and they went after Charlie Kirk because Nick Fuentes has been sowing a war between the Fuentes Groypers and the Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA people. And they're going to blame it on Nick Fuentes, but this is for a greater purpose. And who benefits? Who benefits from this? Let me just show you also this. This is...
Where's the condemnation?
Yeah, here we go.
From all the Christians. Where's Charlie Kirk on this? Charlie Kirk cannot call himself a Christian anymore. Sorry, you forfeited
Can I say real quick, I'll play the rest of this, but this is from before Charlie Kirk was killed. And this kind of showcases a bit of the Groyper War that was going on between the Turning Point USA Charlie Kirk crowd versus the Groyper Nick Fuentes crowd. And if you're not familiar with this war, so Nick Fuentes and his Groyper crowd are conservatives. They're Christian, conservative, typically they're painted as a Christian, conservative, probably white male, gun-loving Republican, but they turned on Trump when it comes to foreign policy, his love for Israel. That's where they've really turned on him. And these wars that we've been doing on behalf of Israel, and Nick Fuentes is very much a huge critic of the U.S. foreign policy, doing whatever Israel wants. And Charlie Kirk's group was a similar age. Nick Fuentes, Charlie Kirk, really young, appealing to those, Gen Zers. And they're both within this conservative white male gun-toting Christian American Gen Z circle, but they have very different views when it comes to Israel. Charlie Kirk was real pro-Israel, and Nick Fuentes' crowd was against Israel. And Nick Fuentes' crowd was saying Israel's the culprit of a lot of problems, and the Charlie Kirk crowd was a bit more mainstream. And so there was a war really about a lot of that. And Nick Fuentes feeling like the Charlie Kirk crowd wasn't America first enough. And, I think a lot of people would have that criticism that if you're going to be pro-Israel at all, you're just simply not America first enough. And that is where this Groyper War, with the Turning Point crowd, that's what that fundamentally is about. And this is Nick kind of talking a bit more about that.
I do not want to hear, and you cannot allow Charlie Kirk to go to one more public event, one more question and answer, one more ask me anything, without being protested, without being shouted down, without being interrogated about this. This guy goes around from campus to campus in the most artificial and phony and fake way, talking about, oh, God made me very blessed that I control $500 million. Oh, I'm so blessed. I'm so rich and I'm so blessed. And oh, God's been so good to me. I'm such a Christian. Oh, the Lord gave me the Sabbath. I take Saturday off. You sit there and call yourself a Christian, and then you make excuses for the genocide of 2 million people? Seriously? You stand there and purport to be an evangelist like Billy Graham? Oh, you're the latest Billy Graham? You're our generation's America's pastor? Why? Because you said the right words? Because you said, God bless, God bless. God bless, my friend. Oh, I rebuke the devil in the name of Jesus. And then you go around from campus to campus making excuses for a famine? You have a rabbi from Israel on your show to explain how Israel's not inflicting a famine on these people. That's fake news. That's not a genocide. Israel could kill them all if they wanted to. Seriously? It's disgusting. This is what our country is supporting. And by the way, if any other country was doing this, there would be sanctions. There would be international outcry. We would summon the ambassador from that country. These are subcontractors for Western publications. These are journalists that work for Reuters and the Associated Press being murdered by Israel. Western journalists who are protected under international law, working for, in some cases, American companies, being murdered by Israel in a conflict zone intentionally to cover up their war crimes. Where's America on this? Where's Trump on this one? Where's the Christians on this one? I don't know how anyone can continue to defend this in any way. They say Israel's not the enemy. What would a country have to do to be the enemy exactly? What would make a country the enemy? What made Saddam Hussein the enemy? What makes China or Russia the enemy? Has Vladimir Putin done anything like this? What makes Putin the enemy? What makes China the enemy? What makes them the enemy that does not make Israel also our adversary and actually a friend that we should continue to support?
Okay. So that gives you a little taste of what this war was about between the two. And when they dive a little bit deeper into Tyler Robinson's history, they're going to find that he was probably a groyper. And they're going to start blaming this on the groypers. And who does this benefit the most? Well, here's something kind of interesting. Now, I blamed this, and many still do point the finger at Israel. Now, why? Because Israel has the most to gain when it comes to Charlie Kirk's death. Now, people say, but no, why would Israel do that? Charlie Kirk was a fan of Israel. He was a supporter of Israel. In fact, just like what you heard Nick Fuentes say, that Charlie Kirk even observed the Sabbath on Saturday, which is actually when Jews observe the Sabbath. So Muslims, it's for them Fridays, Jews, it's Saturdays, Christians, it's Sundays. And Charlie Kirk, the Christian, was celebrating or observing the Sabbath on Saturday. Strange. That is true. That is when he did observe the Sabbath. So who benefits? So then people say, well, so Charlie Kirk was a big fan of Israel and Jews and all of this. And so there, he wouldn't have, why would they want to take out their biggest champion? Because Charlie Kirk was starting to question things, and he was starting to change his tune, and he had rejected money and trips from Israel, and they were starting to get really worried. And so they would have a reason to want to silence him. And more so now, who is slated to potentially take over for Charlie Kirk in his America tour at college campuses? So remember, the youth is who Israel is the most worried about losing, is the youth. And the youth is at college campuses. And Charlie Kirk was going around to college campuses. And even at these campuses recently, he'd been saying things like, yeah, Epstein looks like he was a Mossad asset, and we want the Epstein files. Well, now there's going to be somebody else going and doing these college campus tours, somebody not afraid for his life. Why would he be? And he certainly is going to be taking a very different tune when it comes to the Epstein files and to Israel and to questioning anything about Israel. And that person who's going to be taking over for Charlie Kirk is Ben Shapiro.
Now, it's still up to us. I saw a lot of rumors online today. I was made aware of this by my team that I canceled some sort of college tour. That's bullshit. I saw those rumors. They are false. I will be coming to college campuses, many of them this year. So will we all, I am sure, because we're Americans. And we're not going to be deterred. Charlie's voice is not silent. We're going to pick up that bloodstained microphone where Charlie left it.
Lord, please.
And to those who would intimidate, who would seek to stop us, who would seek to end free discussion, who believe that they have ownership over public spaces and can violently threaten and kill people who speak freely, we are not going to stop. And I have two words. Fuck you.
This fool happy Charlie did.
We will not stop telling the truth. We will never stop telling the truth. We will never stop debating and discussing. We will never stop standing up for what America is and for what she should be. And we will never let Charlie Kirk's voice die. Goodbye to my friend, Charlie Kirk. May your memory be a blessing for your family and for your country and for all of us.
Okay. And so Ben has stated also on Twitter in other posts that, he does plan to continue the college tour, and which, look, I agree with him that we shouldn't allow this to silence us. And I agree with that sentiment in and of itself. But Ben Shapiro being the person to kind of pick up that blood-stained microphone where Charlie dropped it and pick up where he left off for it to be Ben, that means that there will be no criticism of Israel in these college tours. There will be no talking about the Epstein files. It will go in the direction that Israel wants. And, isn't that just a little bit too convenient? Also, something else really strange going on is that Netanyahu, the prime minister of a foreign country, don't you think he has a lot going on right now? I mean, I think he has a lot going on. But Netanyahu, the prime minister of a foreign country, is going on a full press circuit right now, basically denying that Israel had anything to do with Charlie Kirk's death. And that in and of itself is suspicious, to be going on this full-blown denial tour.
Why is he even bringing that up? He's supposed to brush that off like, we want to pull, oh no, man, stump that out. Because in 2025, we know you the devil and what y'all did. to scare the hell out of all these people, to shut up and don't bring up that genocide over there, and that you can still control these politicians. And that Trump getting shot in the ear, like I said yesterday, that just was a warning. That was the warning. What happened to Charlie, that's the real deal.
Like, it wasn't us. There's all these other people. It wasn't us.
Never forget they could have gave Trump that throat shot like they gave to Charlie. Don't forget that. He didn't have to get hit in the ear, and that's what they let them bastards know on the tent. The politicians and everybody else, these podcasters who got something smart to say about Israel. It could have been any one of them.
Us, like a little bit suspicious.
They go, they have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they're doing. And over the centuries, when Jews, especially in the Middle Ages, the horrific Middle Ages, the worst things were said about Jews you can possibly believe. We were poisoning the wells. We were drinking the blood of Christian children. You name it. I mean, these things, that continued actually up to the Holocaust. The Nazis said the same thing. We're carrying vermin, we're spreading disease, and people believed it. And every time they believed it, this was a prelude to a greater and greater massacre, culminating with the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust. Well, since then, we've learned, when people spread these lies about us, prepare yourself for the assault.
Okay, and he goes on Fox News. So there he was. Previously, he was on Newsmax, and now he's going to be on, and then now he's on Fox News doing this full court tour.
This is a worldwide problem. The people on the on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights.
How disgusting. How the radical Islamists and the ultra progressive. The Democrat didn't get on his ass for saying that, bro. He called them terrorists, bro. Trying to kiss the ass of the Republicans. Boy, you just killed their hero. They know you did that. She ain't gonna say nothing. She just happy to have a job. She a token black. She been over there as the only blacks over there ever. So she ain't gonna say nothing. That man just said the people on the left is like the radical. It's like Hamas. Come on, bro. You the one killing everybody. That's crazy. Oh shit, my bad, Joe.
You can if you say that he's responsible in some way for the death of somebody like Charlie Kirk. This is also something really suspicious. A mural was already unveiled in Israel on behalf of Charlie Kirk. Now, remember, over the last few weeks, Charlie Kirk had suddenly become a bit more questioning of Israel, a bit more skeptical of Israel. And yet, now that he's dead, before he could fully turn, they're able to just claim him.
He used to go over there a month ago. He refused Benjamin Netanyahu request to come over there and blog and make up lies for him, shit like that. But he didn't do it because he had a change of heart for the Palestinian people, and he just tired of them killing all the brown people. He made a calculation. He seen where the Trump MAGA movement was going, where it's billions flowing through that movement, and they turned on Trump over Israel. They were sick of him kissing their ass. Him and Nick Fuentes making business decisions. Oh, acting like both of them is racist bastards. Now they care about some brown people getting killed. What a fucking lie. These people don't have no shame, bro.
Him as theirs. Say Charlie Kirk was a pro-Israel guy. Charlie Kirk he loved Israel. He was a great friend to Israel. Charlie Kirk was so wonderful for Israel. Right when Charlie Kirk was starting to question things, and right when Charlie Kirk was going on talking to Megyn Kelly and others about how, he just gave one criticism to Israel, and all the pro-Israel crowd went after him and started issuing death threats to him. And now he's dead. And now the pro-Israel crowd gets to say, no, he's ours. He's our guy. Like, we're going to keep him as ours. And now look, they've unveiled a mural in Israel. I mean, this is all just a little bit too, when you're guilty and you just overtalk, you make too many excuses. You're just too, it's a little bit too much. But here they are. They've unveiled. This is the spokesperson for Israel.
There's no murals made of this man in the U.S. yet. They made one. They haven't even got no shirts. They don't even got no shirts with his face on it in America yet. What the fuck is Israel doing with a mural When did they do this? Probably did this last week. I'm telling you, they probably did this shit last motherfucking week. They've been waiting to unveil it. They waiting on the murder to happen so they can unveil this. This is disgusting, but also it's a threat. Don't you get your face put on a wall over here in Israel. U.S. politicians, U.S. bloggers. Ain't no genocide going on. We ain't starving nobody. All of these Palestinians is Hamas.
It's been doing a lot of their press, and now they've unveiled a mural.
This right there behind me is a mural in honor of Charlie Kirk. This could be the first mural in his honor in the world, and it's here in Israel. This is how much he meant to us, because he was
the first mural in the world for Charlie Kirk is honored. He honored over there in Israel. Somewhere he didn't want to go no more because he had made a business decision. They're like, fuck you, we'll make money off of you in debt. They are the kings of that. They'll make money off you in debt. They're gonna use his image in death. And nobody in America is gonna speak up and say that's wrong. She'll do it. She's small potato, but she'll watch out. Don't go get a million subscribers. They might have to hit her too. But no politician better not come out and say they did. That's serious business. Nobody gonna come out and say how disgusting this is for Israel to be doing this.
Was a champion of the Judeo-Christian Alliance. He was a staunch friend of Israel, and we will never forget those that stand for the truth. So we honor his memory, and from here we vow to stand together for the truth, because we are under attack, not just in Israel, but globally. The truth is under attack. Let's stand together and let Charlie Kirk's legacy live on.
Okay, not suspicious at all. The Gray Zone, Max Blumenthal and Anya Parampil came out with this article about Charlie Kirk refusing Netanyahu funding and was frightened by pro-Israel forces before his death, a friend reveals. Charlie Kirk rejected an offer earlier this year from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to arrange a massive new infusion of Zionist money into his Turning Point USA organization, America's largest conservative youth association, according to a longtime friend of the slain commentator speaking on the condition of anonymity. The source told The Gray Zone that the late pro-Trump influencer believed Netanyahu was trying to cow him into silence as he began to publicly question Israel's overwhelming influence in Washington and demanded more space to criticize it. In the weeks leading up to his September 10th assassination, Kirk had come to loathe the Israeli leader, regarding him as a bully, the source said. Kirk was disgusted by what he witnessed inside the Trump administration, where Netanyahu sought to personally dictate the president's personnel decisions and weaponized Israeli assets like billionaire donor Miriam Adelson to keep the White House firmly under its thumb. According to Kirk's friend, who also enjoyed access to President Donald Trump and his inner circle, Kirk strongly warned Trump last June against bombing Iran on Israel's behalf. Charlie was the only person who did that, they said, recalling how Trump barked at him in response and angrily shut down the conversation. The source believes the incident confirmed in Kirk's mind that the president of the United States had fallen under control of a malign foreign power and was leading his own country into a series of disastrous conflicts. By the following month, Kirk had become the target of a sustained private campaign of intimidation and free-floating fury by wealthy and powerful allies of Netanyahu, figures he described.
Revolutionary salute to our brother at BLACK. Money sign for the donation to the war. Cheers. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Say, bro, it's crazy how they've been hurting us for years now. All of a sudden, it's time to rise up and stand together. Man, what the fuck, huh? All of a sudden, though, right? We're going to stand together because they absolutely finna clash and go to war. And the Zionists going to make sure of that. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute. The Zionist is going to make sure that because the Zionist going to hit one of them Democrats and really blame it on the Republican. Or they might not have to. They just keep whipping up this hate. One of the loonies over there on the right, take them out themselves. But they probably want to take out one of them. They would hit Sheila Jackson Lee. That girl from Texas, baby, lucky she lost her seat. They definitely would have whacked her. Jasmine Crockett talking all that shit.
Described in an interview as Jewish leaders and stakeholders, he was afraid of them, the source emphasized. Here's Tucker Carlson talking about
that's who better be lucky, bro.
Charlie Kirk going to the president personally.
I believe they weighed their options on killing Tucker. They weighed their options because Tucker just came out and accused him low key of 9/11, little documentary he dropping on what happened on 9/11. So Tucker knows, and he been preaching against them, against Zelensky, against all they bullshit ass wars. He been split with Trump on that. They probably weighed the cons and pros and said, nah, they gonna let him make it on that. Revolutionary salute to my brother Zeke for the donation to the war chest. Revolutions win life. So Israel really run America. Colin Shaw said Israel absolutely run America. And right now, as we speak, while all this going on, the Epstein situation is heating up. It's heating up. Victims is coming out. They holding meetings in Congress. All that shit. More evidence that Trump was lying. They got the birthday wishes that he said he didn't write. They checked out the handwriting. So that is the pressure of the small hats. They got all of they pressure in Congress. Whack this boy, Charlie Kirk. You know, let them know y'all better stay the course. We finna kill all them Palestinians. We finna wipe out. They just bomb Qatar. We're gonna attack Iran. We want y'all to finish Russia. Y'all do what we say. Oh, damn it, we did that shit.
Talking about Charlie Kirk going to the president personally and saying, do not go to war with Iran.
He was one of the only people, I mean, truly one of the only people to go to the president whom he loved. He loved Donald Trump, like personally as well. And I think the president really loved him in a real way. But he was one of the only people to go to the Oval Office and say, sir, I totally understand and think Iran's really bad, but a war with Iran is not, you know, is something that could really hurt our country. I mean, boy, that was an unpopular position. He didn't need to express it. Oh, of course. And he did it again. He didn't have some weird agenda. He wasn't mad at anybody. He was for his country and he was for doing the right and wise and difficult thing. And he said that. He went to the Oval Office to say that. He took massive abuse from his own donors, which is also something that you don't see people. And he loved his donors. It wasn't a hostile thing, but they had a different view. A lot of them, not all, but a lot. And they expressed it to him in a very intense way. I know because he showed me. And he said, look, I understand your perspective. This is my perspective. And we're going to do what we think is the right thing, the wise thing.
In that way, too, he was the voice of young people. I mean, there are no young people in the country anymore supporting this war and wanting Israel to continue its bombing campaign. That's just the truth. Look at the polls. And he was in touch with them. And even where his own opinion may have differed from their opinion, he felt like he owed it to them to bring their message to the sitting president of the United States. I mean, it was, that's what's been snuffed out.
Well, as he has been, unfortunately.
Yep. So there it is. Look, we could all, they're going to just case close this, right? They're going to say, it was this kid. He was a lone gunman. We don't need to hear from him. They're going to give him the death penalty in Utah. He's going to die by firing squad or by lethal injection. Utah does one of two. They do firing squad. You can opt for it if you want. It's because of there's like a religious sentiment to it. And that's why they still have the option of the firing squad. But otherwise they do lethal injection. They're saying that this is a death penalty case. They're going to just kill the kid and, or he's going to get killed soon in jail. Right. And like, as if all the people in jail are just pro Charlie Kirk or something.
That's why they keep saying it's a political assassination so they can give him the death penalty, because if it's not political, it's just a regular murder. Man get life in prison. Man get 40 years, might parole out. Come on, man. What the hell are you talking about? That's why they say it's political, you know. Because if Utah didn't, Trump will make the feds charge him, and then they'll give him the political death penalty by the feds for the political assassination.
For something, and that's. But you have to ask the question why. I ain't got
nothing to do more from politics. I ain't. Revolutionary salute to our brother at BLACK money sign for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is well life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Say fine squad, all convenient. I told y'all new identity. What you say? They ain't gonna be him. They just gonna tell us he dead, huh? He gonna be in Israel. Revolution is well life. Salute, soldier. He gonna be in Israel. They just gonna tell us he dead.
Why? First of all, why would this kid want to kill Charlie Kirk? And where's the gun in all of the images and the video of the kid? That's just like a basic question to start there. And then why the Discord messages with Discord coming out saying that whoever posted those doesn't belong to Tyler Robinson. That was somebody else who gave the location and the description of a gun in a drop-off point. And now you've got Israel doing a full press circuit trying to run cover, saying it wasn't us. And Ben Shapiro is going to be conveniently taking over for Charlie Kirk with his ultra pro-Israel stance. Ben Shapiro is 1,000% Israel first. And now he's going to be taking over for Charlie Kirk to make sure that the youth of America stays on the side of Israel. And they're conveniently going to blame the Groypers. They're going to go after Nick Fuentes to try to silence him, to try to silence the movement of conservative youth that are against Israel. They're going to do everything they can to silence that group. The only benefit and the only group that could have pulled this off. And by the way, the one group that is famous for neck shots, the IDF actually has had to deny. They've literally had to come out denying a policy of neck shots. I mean, what other military in the world with snipers has had to come out and deny they have a policy of neck shots? That's the IDF. The IDF has had to, there's numerous articles on this. Just go ahead and Google it, IDF and neck shots. And you're going to see a slew of articles where the IDF is denying having a policy of neck shots. And here we've got a neck shot. I mean, they're famous for these. And we're supposed to believe that it's this 22-year-old who was able to take a shot like a pro without a gun in any of the images that we've seen. We have not seen him with a gun. And Discord messages saying the location of them. None of this is adding up. And the only beneficiary to this is Israel. They're the only beneficiary. Why would anybody else want to off Charlie Kirk? Why would another Republican, a conservative, why would, this conservative kid want to do that? They'll just, because the Groypers are dangerous. Nick Fuentes is dangerous. His ideology is dangerous. We got to take him down. We got to take him and his people down because they cause death, actual death. And that is what they're going to say. So that is, to me, the road still leads to the same place. Just because they caught the kid today, and they're blaming it on him. None of this is adding up to me. His poor father turning him in. I mean, we haven't heard from the dad. We haven't heard from Tyler. We haven't heard anything. But perhaps the kid said, yeah, Dad, I was on the roof and yeah, I was part of something, but I didn't shoot him or maybe, I don't know. And the dad said, okay, then we got to turn you in because then you got to clear your name. Like whatever. We're not hearing anything. We don't know. We don't know anything. All we know is the dad turned his son in. We don't know the circumstances around that or what conversation led up to that or what it was. We know nothing. And we're not going to know anything because they're going to stop the investigation right here. And you've got Trump going out there blaming the left still. Pretty soon they're going to blame the Groypers because that is in the best interest of Israel. They need to silence the critics online, and especially one rising as fast as Nick Fuentes is. So, I don't know, guys. On this, all roads still lead to this not being where all roads are leading still, in my opinion, to Israel on this. They have the most to gain. You always have to look at motive. They have the most motive for wanting to take out Charlie Kirk before he turned on them too much. Keep him on, off him while he's still, you could kind of claim he was on your side.
That's the truth.
While the rest of us say, but we already know he was starting to question you and he wanted to be able to question you and he was afraid of you and now he's dead. So explain yourself. And Netanyahu's out there actually doing just that, trying to exonerate himself from this. Now, it might not be the state of Israel that did it. There's a possibility, like what was brought up is what Gray Zone and their source said, which is all the billionaire backers who have a very radical viewpoint on behalf of Israel. And those billionaire backers have resources and people, and one of them could have hired the hit on Charlie. And who's to say the bullet actually came from the roof? The kid was on the roof, but we don't know. The shooter could have been in a window somewhere or somewhere else. And they just plotted the kid up there, in a Discord chat, like got him to go and do something. And now he's the fall guy. He's the patsy. I mean, it's classic. I'm not believing this kid was the one who actually did it. I'm just not there yet. I'm not believing it. I still have my suspicions of Israel. I know then people are going to be, oh, it's just all of you, you guys are so deranged. That's all you guys can think of is Israel did it. Israel did it. But, they kill people all the time. So it's not like it's outside of the realm of possibility when Charlie Kirk, unfortunately, if he was a victim of Israel, was just one of dozens that day alone, one of dozens that day. So yeah, it's not outside of the realm of possibility to blame Israel. And so that's what I'm going to continue to do because that's what it looks like. I mean, that's where my suspicion is leading me. And that is where suspicion is leading many others as well. They've got some explaining to do, but it looks like Netanyahu's out there actually trying to do that.
clicks, maybe make a quick buck, like in this case. But in general, you have to be very careful. And I mentioned that there are so crazy conspiracy theories out there of which countries are pushed for the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or people posting this AI enhanced pictures that lead to nowhere because they only tamper with the evidence that the FBI is sharing with us. We also have, individuals who wanted to make a quick buck, in this case with books on Amazon. And this is a book that people were asking me, what is going on here? The shooting of Charlie Kirk, and how is a book released so quick on a topic that doesn't have even 36 hours? And by the way, the strangest thing of this is that the publication date on Amazon is September 9, 2025, one day, the day before Charlie Kirk was shot. So how does this work? Well, it is, people are saying that, again, a lot of confusion, people saying that this had been planned from the start. This is some kind of crazy ass conspiracy. There, some people already knew about what was going to happen. But the issue is that some of the descriptions, like you go to chapter 6, Kirk's condition, in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, Charlie Kirk was rushed to a nerve trauma center in Orem. Eyewitness recalled the urgency of paramedics working at the scene. There's a lot of details in here, both the shooting itself and the circumstances of the event itself that are exactly like the event. So how could this happen? How could anybody could publish a book on Amazon on September 9 of an event that was going to happen on September 10? And some people are saying, who have already self-published on Amazon, that Amazon requires, furthermore, 72 hours to review your book. So once let's see that you use ChatGPT to write a book in a couple hours, or maybe 1 hour. I don't know. I don't know how long can ChatGPT take to write a very bad book. It could be a couple hours until you check that everything is in order, and you just send a PDF to Amazon, and then they spent, according to Derek Johnson, 72 hours. Let's start with that clue. That is not exactly true, because I can say from experience, in 2018, I self-published a book in Spanish on my Amazon account, in which I self-published that book in exactly one afternoon. As in, it's like 2 p.m. and I thought, it would be great if I publish all these writings that I have on Amazon. Let's see how this works. And I remember that was like 10 p.m. at night the book was already live on Amazon. I could do that in 2018. I haven't self-published books in a while, at least in 5 or 6 years, so I don't know how it will be right now. But I can tell you that the approval process is much, much faster than some people are claiming. Again, in my case, I built the complete design of the book in a few hours, and it sent it to Amazon, got approved in 4 or 5 hours, and by 10 p.m. the same day, it was everything, like 8 hours. 8 hours in total was the process. Maybe I got lucky. Maybe I don't know. It was a real stories book, an anecdotes book. Maybe I was lucky, but even so, the publication date of my book was that same day. As in, okay, I worked my hours off that day, and the publication date was that day specifically. So what happened here? How do you? Well, it's very simple actually. Is that sometimes you are self-publishing on Amazon books that maybe you have published elsewhere. Maybe you have worked with a local publisher many years ago. Let's say that you work with a local publisher at your city, at your hometown in 1990, all right? And all of a sudden you remember that you had a limited run of 2,000 copies in the 90s of your book. And well, you have a working copy on PDF, and you never considered just uploading that to Amazon. So you self-publish on Amazon your manuscript on PDF, and you can actually just state that you published the original publication of the book was in the 90s. You can backdate the publication of your book. That is, as far as I remember, that is nothing out of the extraordinary. And that is in fact, that is in every platform that you can do that. I see that many people have trouble understanding that the New York Times, the Washington Post, any person with a blog, with a WordPress blog or any kind of blog can just publish anything and put a backdate on it, and there will be no problem. In this case, it's Amazon. You don't own the system of Amazon, but you can actually backdate the publication of a book. So it would be not that difficult for anybody to just put all the information of the day that Charlie Kirk was shot in the book through ChatGPT, write the book with ChatGPT, publish that on Amazon, put a back date, and upload it. And it seems like, well, you have the absolute most freshest information of what happened. But in the book, Charlie Kirk survives. That is the difference with reality. I guess that they were rooting for him to survive. Maybe there are 2 books out there. Maybe they wrote a book in which he survives, and they wrote a book in which he dies, and they try to you can actually self-publish as many books as you like, so you can publish all the possible combinations. That is literally free. You don't have to pay for anything on Amazon. All that you have to do is to make sure that you send the PDF correctly, and that's it. But you can essentially publish it for free. So again, this my point with this is that there are few things that I hate more than misinformation and people that try to push, okay, what is going on here? Again, I don't claim to have all the information all the time, but if I know what's going on, like in this case, the book, how do you explain that somebody had written a book? How do you explain that Amazon needs 72 hours to approve the book? No, wait a second. I have firsthand experience with that process. And luckily, maybe I don't have firsthand experience with, the shooting. That's what I ask you, your opinion over and over again. What do you think about the rifle? What do you think about the distance? What do you think about the wind, the conditions? Because I don't have that experience with shooting, but I do have experience with, 1, self-publishing on Amazon, and 2, I have experience with forensics in terms of, knowing when a video is legit, knowing when an image is legit, knowing when people say, oh, I got a better image of the suspect. And no, it's an AI enhanced image. You're you're putting things on the image that are not there. So there's the idea. In fact, that is one of the reasons the body language guy, my channel, started in the first place. I wanted to some extent, explain things that make no sense, from body language to statement analysis to, okay, in fact, I'm going to make another video regarding this case in terms of things that are suspicious. But again, the idea is to, whenever this thing happens, it's like when we have the, I remember, by the way, that I just made a video about Trump in the case of Charlie Kirk. I remember with Trump's assassination attempt that the first thing that people were saying that was fake was the photo of the bullet just grazing the sky right behind Trump's ear. And so many people were saying that that photo was impossible, when I dedicated a video to proving that that photo was pretty much possible. And yes, that was also with my experience with photography as well. So again, there's a lot of misinformation out there. Whenever this is what we can do. Whenever you see something out there that doesn't make sense, maybe it's a video, maybe it's an image, maybe it's a book on Amazon that it's backdated. How is that possible? You see something strange. The best way is to just go. You have my socials and my email on the description of this video. My X account, you can reach out to me on my X account. It's the fastest way. I'm on X literally all day long. If you need to write a little bit longer, my email is in there, and also my Instagram, just in case, as a backup, it's right there. So again, I need to make another video again.
Very similar. There's been a major tone change in right-wing media by MAGA Republican Congress members and senators, and even by Donald Trump, now that the identity of Charlie Kirk's killer has been made public. And the fact that it was a white 22-year-old Mormon from a family that were Trump supporters. Tyler Robinson, the murderer, his political affiliation is really unknown at this point. There are some people who are saying, well, he's a groyper, he's a right-wing guy, it's so obvious. There are other people saying, no, he's a left-wing person and whatever. But at the end of the day, he did not fit the profile or the narrative that the White House wanted. I guess they wanted it to be what a purple-haired Latino transgender person, and that they were spreading that as the character of who the killer was going to be. But unfortunately, rather predictably, the killer here has actually fit the pattern of what we've seen over and over again in school shootings, what we saw in the assassination attempt of Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, where there, same thing, right wing was pushing a narrative. It turned out that it was a Trump supporting family, very familiar with guns, very similar to what we are seeing here. So just look at the change in the language that we are seeing. So Nancy Mace was all on TV, and she was saying, we know that the killer, her words, I know it's offensive, but her words, is a tranny, and it's a tranny killer on the loose. And this was the Democrat leftist tranny plot. She literally used those words. Here's what she's saying now. Basically, we need to pray for the killer. That's the stage. Now that it's a 22-year-old white kid, white family, Mormon, Utah, families close with the Mormon church there. Oh my God, we got to pray for them. I mean, look what she says. We truly believe if Tyler Robinson had ever sat down across from Charlie, the great debater, the man of faith and grace he was, Tyler would not have pulled the trigger. And then she goes, we know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil and a lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus Christ. We will try to do the same. Or is it because here are the photos of him? Here are the photos of him. He dressed up on Halloween in a Donald Trump costume. Here are the photos of him. He posed as Pepe the Frog in that meme. Here's what the mugshot of him looked like. This is what Nancy Mace was saying yesterday. Here's what she said. Play this clip.
This shit ends, and like enough is enough. And now I have to deal with real safety concerns. It sounds like the shooter was a tranny or pro-tranny. And just because I want to protect women, that I'm worried about getting murdered? Are you fucking kidding me? It's out of control, and enough is enough. And I'm going to double down on this. I'm going to be more vigilant than ever. I'm going to be louder than I've ever been until this shit stops. It's got to stop.
Now we must pray for him now that she knows the identity. Let's just stick to the facts, folks. Here's the latest of what we know. Jennifer Jacobs recounts the facts. The Midas Touch Network, I just want to give you the facts. The father of the 22-year-old charged in Charlie Kirk's killing saw the photos released by authorities and confronted his son, law enforcement sources told CBS. Robinson admitted to his dad that he was the person in the photos. His father urged him to turn himself in, but the son said he'd rather commit suicide, the sources said. The father called a pastor who knows the son. The pastor called the U.S. Marshal and other law enforcement agencies. Tyler Robinson is being held on aggravated murder, obstruction of justice, felony discharge of a firearm. CBS reports he is a third-year student in the electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. He briefly attended Utah State University for just one semester when he was 21, I think, for one semester. The father owns a business, in 2021 rather, for one semester. The father owns a business installing kitchen countertops and cabinets. His mother is a licensed social worker. The Robinsons are Mormon and active in the church. Tyler is the oldest of three, believe a family of 3 boys, 3 white boys. Grandma of Charlie Kirk's assassin breaks her silence to reveal why the FBI must have the wrong man. It's a headline from the Daily Mail, but Daily Beast also reports the following. The grandma spoke to the Daily Mail on Friday after news of Robinson's arrest broke. So this is the grandma. She goes, my son, his dad is a Republican for Trump, Debbie told the outlet. Most of my family members are Republican. I don't know anyone who's a Democrat. According to the outlet, Robinson's father, Matt, 48, was the one to turn Tyler in. Debbie has not been able to get in touch with her son since the news of her grandson's arrest went public. I'm just so confused, Debbie said of her grandson's arrest. Tyler's the shyest person.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Yaya's kids for the donation to the war chest. Revolutionary way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love. Queen salute. She say knowledge is power, and it absolutely is. Absolutely appreciate you helping me keep the lights on in the House Revolution. Salute.
He has never, ever spoke politics to me at all. She insisted that Robinson has never, ever got in trouble in his life. Well, maybe you didn't know all of that. And maybe there's a deeper issue that we need to talk about. Young men, particularly young white men, who are getting drawn into this internet culture, and they're being pulled in to these extremist websites and extremist views or just being radicalized in general. And I don't even have to say radicalized to be extremist rights or radicalized to be this, but just generally radicalized to envision themselves as these wannabe vigilante, revolutionary accelerator types with this language that's taking place. I'll talk about that in a moment as well. And then I want to show you some hard data. Again, I just want to stick to the data here. But so then Fox has to adapt its narrative, right? Because, oh my God, the leftist, liberal, transgender, purple-haired killer that they were saying existed to try to, again, bully a marginalized community, as they always have, to scapegoat the other people just trying to live. It's the transgender community trying to live, love, breathe, constantly being bullied by right wing over and over again and scapegoated for things. They have to change it. So now what do they go with? Now they go with, well, he did attend one semester at college. So let's blame that one semester at Utah State University as radicalizing him. So that's what Fox goes with. As Max Steele writes, oh yes, the hotbed of leftist militancy, the electrical apprenticeship program at Utah's Dixie Technical College. That's where he's been spending the last few years. But no, they go, it was that one semester in 2021 where he attended Utah State University. That changed. Come on. But this is what Fox is going with now. Play this clip.
It is a good point. I want to point something else out. You heard the family members say that this man became more political. This young man became more political in recent years. Well, what did he do in recent years? He went to college. That's where kids are getting radicalized. It's not just online. Our campuses are where a lot of radicalization, hate, and intolerance starts from. And so when he says it's an attack on all of us, I'm going to say this. No, it's an attack on conservatives. It's an attack on Christians.
Okay. And now also you have, these MAGA Republican senators like John Curtis from Utah. He goes on and he's like,
pity.
It would be very nice that we had, leadership from the top down spreading these messages of bringing people together. But, it really should be a bottom up movement. So in other words, what he's saying is, let's just give Trump not only absolute immunity from his actions the way the Supreme Court does, but Trump can be immune from acting with moral clarity or moral authority. This must come from the bottom up. Now, I agree that we, the people, need to be more empathetic. We need to get out of our internet bubbles and see people and show love and respect each other. And that starts with respecting what makes this country great: diversity, other people's rights and their independence, their right to be who they are and live their lives with dignity. Let me be very clear about that. But also, people in leadership positions should lead by example and not be bullying and spreading division and hate as Donald Trump does from the Oval Office and as we see right-wing leaders do over and over again. But here's the tone change now from John Curtis. Play this clip.
So let me tell you, and I've actually written on this a number of years ago, when I feel like I saw this coming. And at the time, I said, look, in a perfect world, this would be top down. This would be coming from our leaders. But I also have great hope in what I would call a bottom up approach. And I think every one of us every morning should wake up, look in the mirror, and see what we are doing with our own personal relationships in our family and with our neighbors, what our comments are, how we're responding. I think both, Jim, are critically important. I would love it if we had both, but I actually think if we don't have both, we start with a bottom up. And each of us, including myself, constantly ask ourselves what we are doing to improve the situation.
Now, the tone shift from Nancy Mace. She then goes on CNN and then she plays the victim. And she goes, it's just, I get so much hate. Me, they're all going after me. Let's make this about me. Watch her do that after you heard what she said in the first clip. Play this clip.
Well, certainly, but right now, because it's very one-sided right now. The way that I have never called one of my colleagues the kind of names that we've been called. I've never dehumanized my colleagues. In fact, when I've agreed with a Democrat, I've said so. I'm actually, regardless of the press actually covers me, I'm the 22nd most bipartisan member of Congress. If you're willing to work with me, I'm willing to work with you. That has always been the message. But because I'm outspoken about rape, because I'm outspoken about survivors, I face a different kind of threat. It is all the time. It's imminent. And I fear just walking around trying to be a normal person, trying to be a good, hardworking member of Congress. And I have real, deep-rooted, realistic threats that are coming through every single day. And I fear just walking out in public is dangerous to my life.
Yeah. And no one should have that fear. But I always appreciate you coming in and having a conversation with me. Thank you.
Always. Thank you.
John.
You then have, this scene right here will never cease to amaze me. Kash Patel, the completely unqualified podcaster, maybe he was qualified to be a podcast, probably unqualified for that too, turned FBI director, the head of the FBI. And what does he think? He's like acting in a freaking movie here? He goes, Charlie, my brother, I will see you in Valhalla. What are we even doing here? Here, play this clip.
Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
And then you saw the shift of Trump even developing a little bit before we even knew the identity. But I think as it became clear that the killer was not fitting the narrative that MAGA wanted out there, I think Trump and others started to know. And then when Trump was asked a question, so how are you handling Charlie Kirk's law? How are you coping? Donald Trump's response, I'm building a ballroom. Do you see the ballroom I'm building? Here, play this clip.
How are you holding up over the last 3.5 years? I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty. It'll be an absolutely magnificent structure. And I just see all the trucks. We just started, so it'll get done very nicely, and it'll be one of the best anywhere in the world, actually.
As this account says. So Charlie Kirk dedicated a decade of his life to fueling causes that benefit Donald Trump, activating the youth and converting them, being a soldier for the right, so on and so forth. Now in death, after the shooter was identified and not somebody that can be politicized by his party, Donald Trump devoted half of a second to Charlie Kirk before plugging his new White House ballroom right there. Again, let me stick to the stats right here just so you can see it. If we look at extremist-linked deaths from 2013 to 2022, for example, you'll see a much smaller portion of incidents and killings happen from the left wing, very small amounts. Overwhelmingly right-wing extremism from 2013 to 2022, and even if you extend that to the present, significantly higher than left-wing. Left-wing's only a small amount there, and you see a very small amount domestic Islamist extremism as well right there. Also, Trump basically got rid of our counterterrorism division in the FBI and put this guy, Thomas Fugate III, a 22-year-old intern with no law enforcement experience, to now lead counter domestic terrorism efforts. And they're not even focusing on any type of right-wing extremism. But look, you know, there are people who will read what's on the fuel, on the cartridges, you know, from the murder weapon. And there are people who say, look, what is written on this? Notice bulges, OWO, what's this? That's like a meme, online meme culture of like furries or something. Hey, fascists, catch up arrow, right arrow, 3 down arrows. That's a code from a game called Helldivers 2 to activate a certain type of bomb in this digital game. Or, oh, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao. Another expression that's frequently used. If you read this, you are gay, LMAO. Again, more references to kind of online meme culture right there. The phrase, hey, fascists, catch this, some people say are associated with far-right internet-based movements. You see that on 4chan. But again, let's talk about an issue that's very important here that I don't want to ignore. And it was data that I saw today. Joe Weisenthal posted this. Never looked at this chart before, but if you look at the University of Michigan consumer sentiment among people ages 18 to 34 versus the overall consumer sentiment, when it's green, it means younger people are more optimistic than the general public. In 30 years, we've never seen the sustained relative gloominess among the young. So when we're now dealing with a population of young people who feel that they don't have a future ahead of them, and they're not involved in healthy relationships, these young boys and men not getting everything from online, again, not interacting on a healthy basis with people outside, not having relationships with people in the other sex, not having healthy interactions in general, and going deeper down these paths. Very frequently, when we're seeing, okay, who's the shooter in a sense like this, whether it's the person who was involved in the first assassination attempt of Trump in Butler, whether it's the individual right here, whatever, we're seeing that fits the profile more frequently over and over again. And it's not a transgender shooter, as Donald Trump would say. It's people who look and act like Tyler Robinson. And so when we talk about it, it's like you can send your thoughts and prayers. Okay, well, that's not enough. MAGA is defunding mental health. We need mental health. Absolutely. Focus on that a lot. We also need to, these families are often gun-toting. This was what this family, the mom, Amber, the mother, gun-toting. Okay, well, that's another commonality here. But I believe in the Second Amendment, but we need to have common sense gun reform as well. But I believe in the Second Amendment, but I don't think these weapons of war should be proliferating around our country like the ones used in this. I just don't think those are the types of weapons that should be out there. I understand that for hunting and for other things, but I don't think for purposes like this. But I think we also have to understand and we have to address that specifically people who look like Tyler Robinson are very frequently the people involved in these incidents. And whether you say that's because they've been radicalized here or radicalized there, they're getting radicalized. And what I noticed here particularly is the very first thing that right-wing people, leaders at the highest level, wanted to do is say, this is leftist liberal Democrats. And it's the political. As leaders, what we called for on the Midas Touch Network is we condemned all types of violence. We condemn this in the fullest extent. And again, I'll leave you with this because I remember during the Charleston church shooting where 9 African Americans in Bible study were killed, it was clear that the motives were anti-black. Dylan Roof killed black people. That was part of the plan that he's wanted. And we've seen that happen quite frequently as well. And former President Obama didn't go, oh, well, at this point in time, we got to blame Republicans. No, he brought the country together. He gave a speech of unifying. And that didn't happen here. And when that doesn't happen, there's a domino effect. And this begets more violence. This begets more Tyler Robinsons. That's what happens when you have from the White House this division. And then they just move on to the next one. Boop, move on, create a new issue. Let's talk about this now. And then they're done. But the damage is long lasting. So anyway, that's my overall perspective on this. I'm not sure how many more videos
Well, I had done some interviews with Charlie up until about a year and a half ago, when he no longer spoke with me because of my position on the Israeli campaign of mass murder and expulsion from Gaza. And I simply disagreed with him. I also felt very strongly from the very beginning that 7 October was allowed to happen. It was a deliberate event. I think that he changed his mind later on, but I never really reconnected with him at that point. But I thought he was a very nice person. I mean, I didn't see anything that I thought was necessarily criminal or evil or anything else. I mean, I think he was just a normal, average, decent, honorable person. I also know that he had $40 million in his organization's bank accounts. And a lot of that appears to have come from Israel supporters. And I've seen all of the communications back and forth about his own statements to people like, I guess, Tucker Carlson and others, expressing concern about the possibility that his donors would be angry with him because he was changing his views on what the Israelis were up to. So I think it's tragic. It's awful. But here's something else that also occurs to me. I don't think we know a great deal about what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. I think that particular event was also another professional operation. Now, people said it was an assassination attempt. I don't think so, because the assassin would have put the second bullet through the president's temple. I think the person, whoever fired that round, fired it as a warning to the president. I don't think it was his intention to kill him. I mean, it's very quick. If you've ever had a good sniper rifle, probably the best in the world is still the M14. And I've shot that many times, and you squeeze off a round. If you miss by an inch, you squeeze off the next one immediately, and it's over. But we've never gotten the truth out of that. We had this poor kid on top of a roof who couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. He's killed instantly, or at least after the president is shot at. Then all the material associated with him disappears. Within 24 hours, his body's cremated. We know nothing. So now we're seeing a lot of things show up on the internet. And the FBI has said something, as you pointed out. I don't believe anything the FBI says anymore. So I absolutely no confidence or faith in that institution that I once did. So I don't think we know. We have now a plane that belonged to someone named Derek Maxfield, who is a big contributor to Chabad, a major Jewish movement to try and buy up and reclaim land in places like Ukraine. And he seems to have had his personal aircraft there that suddenly takes off after the event and then turns off its transponder, which is against the law, then turns around and lands again. So people are pointing fingers at him. Is that legitimate? I have no idea. I think we have people casting about for anything that they can find to explain the terrible tragedy and killing of Charlie Kirk. And I don't think we're going to find anything out. I think we're going to be very frustrated, ultimately. I'd be surprised if we ever find anything out. And anybody they point to, I'm suspicious of. You know, even Lee Harvey Oswald looks more and more today than ever as a patsy. And he had a rifle. It was Italian made. It was standard issue in the Italian army during World War II. And it was so grossly inaccurate and such a poor piece of equipment that the Italian soldiers readily threw it away in the desert in North Africa in 1940 and 41 and tried to pick up German or British rifles because their own rifle was so inaccurate. And that thing is supposed to be the one that Oswald used to kill the president. Doesn't look right. I don't think we know what happened then. I don't think we know what happened to RFK when he was shot. I don't think we know the whole story on what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. And I don't think we are going to know very soon what happened to Charlie. All we know is that it shouldn't have happened. And we do know that he had security. He had plenty of money to pay for security. But when you're dealing with someone who is an expert marksman, who is more than 200 yards away and is able to put a round into your throat, cutting your artery immediately and killing you, I don't think there was much anybody could do to protect him from that.
Yeah, no, I agree. Let me show you a clip from CNN where they've got this congressman, Seth Moulton, saying that most of America's problems and violence come from right-wing people. Let me play that for you, and then we'll react to it together.
Let's be serious about where this violence is coming from. Of extremist violent attacks in America, extremist violent murders, 76% are from right-wing extremists, 4% are from left-wing extremists. I condemn that 4%, but we also need to be honest about, as a nation, about where this violence is coming from. And oh, by the way, it's probably an appropriate time to talk about guns too. You hear a lot of conservatives saying, hey, the only thing we need to do here is get more guns on the street. That's not going to solve this problem. That's going to make it worse.
All right. I don't know where this congressman is getting his data. I don't, maybe I live in an echo chamber, but I don't, I do not believe that 76% of all violence and political problems are from the right and only 4% from the left. I don't see their political candidates being shot at, threatened. I don't know. And then he's, oh, well, I condemn the 4%, but we got to do something about these right wingers. What's your reaction to this guy?
Well, very recently we had this young Ukrainian girl on a train, light rail, in, I guess it's Charlotte. Is that where it was? Charlotte, North Carolina, who was attacked from behind and knifed to death, has her throat cut. Then within a day or two, we have another girl, blue-eyed, blonde, white girl, who is a veterinarian, very lovely woman, walking her dog, who was attacked by another black man and chopped into pieces with a machete. Now, I don't think either of those black men were necessarily left-wing extremists. Now, were these hate crimes because these were white women they wanted to murder? I don't know. But I do know that they were, in both cases, they were using knives. One was a machete and the other one was a knife of some kind, smaller than a machete. So I don't think we are going to ban all forms of knives and machetes, are we? So the notion that banning guns is going to eliminate the problem is a bit silly. Anybody, this is something else we need to keep in mind. If someone wants to kill you, if you're a public figure, and I've had lots of threats against me, so I'm well aware of this. If someone wants to kill you and they are professionals and they have a good weapon, a good rifle, top of the line, like an M14, and they have a scope on it and they've trained and they've zeroed the thing, they're going to get you. You're not going to escape. That's the lesson of history. If somebody really wants to get to you, they're going to get to you. They can use explosives. They can use knives. They can use poison, guns. I mean, we have, I think, a total of 7 politicians in Germany who have now died suspiciously under circumstances we can't even begin to imagine. Germany is a place where nobody has a weapon. Everything's tightly controlled, but it didn't save the lives of those 7 politicians, assuming that they were actually murdered. And we're going to have trouble finding out because the Secret Service in Germany, along with the police, are instruments of the government. The government is in the hands of the left. And the left doesn't want the truth. So the notion that removing guns is going to solve anything is silly nonsense. But the other point on his, I don't know where he gets his figures. I have no idea. So I can't even address that. But we know that crime statistics, particularly as they regard race, have been suppressed, mismanaged, and deliberately falsified for a very long time. Because, all you have to do is look at the statistics about who's killing who, and 13% of the population is responsible for over 50% of the violent crime and rape and assault and so forth. Now, within that 13%, it's usually young men. It's not everybody, man, woman, and child in the 13%. So I don't find his contribution to the discussion of any great help at all. He's simply trying to exaggerate, and frankly, he's anxious to divide the country. And that's a great way to do it. He's done a beautiful job. He's now lied and alienated everybody in sight, as far as I can tell, who might otherwise have listened to him. But of course, he has a constituency. I don't know who they are. You have to look at it, see what the composition is demographically, and then that may explain why he's elected. It may have nothing to do with any of the things we're discussing.
Okay. I've noticed the mainstream media, they like to put a lot of attention on conservative podcasters. Many believe that conservative podcasters played a major role in Donald Trump being elected for his second term. But I go on, I look at CNN.
I don't agree with that, for whatever it's worth. I think that was true during the first time he ran for office. And if you go back to when he ran in 2016, after that election occurred, there was a tremendous event to crush alternative media and get it off platforms and eliminate it, so that you were stuck with the mainstream, which was firmly in the hands of the people that opposed Trump. And I still think that's the case today. So I don't agree with that. I think you have to look at the people that are responsible for the donations, the big money that went into his campaign, and their ability to persuade others like them not to support the Democrats. So I think there was a decision that Donald Trump was going to be president. And the Uniparty largely agreed with it. And that's what you got. So I don't agree with that argument.
Okay. I guess I disagree respectfully with your disagreement.
So it looks like they may have captured the killer of Charlie Kirk. And I'm sure you'll be surprised to find out it was a white guy. His name was Tyler Robinson. He's a Utah resident. He's 22 years old. And his dad turned him in. Well, Dad told a family friend who called the police, and then they waited, and they turned him in. And this is all, of course, he's got to go to trial. We got to find out. But it appears that he checks enough boxes to be the guy. I'd like to talk for a second about what happens when Black Americans go after Black Americans for words that are said on the internet instead of going after the killer. When I say that, I mean the people that were virtue signaling the white America so hard that I thought their fingers were going to fall off their wrist, or maybe their hands would break. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. They were doing a lot of virtue signaling. They were doing more hand signs than Gavin Newsom to white America that I'm one of the good ones. Look, I like Charlie. And I'm talking about people like Emmanuel Ocho.
I'm heartbroken and devastated at the death of Charlie Kirk.
Stephen A. Smith, of course.
Because his ideas and his beliefs differed from somebody else, apparently. And then I'm going online and I'm seeing people celebrating it. Don't care what his political beliefs were.
Because that's what they do. They virtue signal. Because that's where the money is. I couldn't believe the amount of people that were pointing at other people who really are just random people on the internet, who despise the things that Charlie Kirk has said over the years, despise his politics, despise his rhetoric, call him out for him saying we should be able to sacrifice other humans, other Americans, to keep our Second Amendment rights. This is what this guy said. And now they're bringing it up because, well, that's what he said whenever someone else was shot. So how was that really being callous if you just say the thing the other guy was saying when it was pertaining to other people, including children? He said empathy was a made-up thing that shouldn't even be applied. But at the end of the day, fam, there's more blame being pointed at Black Americans for how we reacted to Charlie Kirk, and because we weren't falling in line with falling on our knees and hitting ourselves with a belt, crying our eyes out over this guy. All because most people in society who are patriots, they feel that Charlie Kirk was everything and all things. He was amazing for the country, and he was this person who Trump decided he would hold the flag at half-mast for. But you see, that has nothing to do with the way Black America sees him. And when a person spends his career and builds his career off of us, chastising us, degrading us, denigrating us, comparing us to stereotypes, then how are we supposed to feel when he gets taken out? Well, a lot of us neither cheered nor mourned. It was just another Wednesday for a lot of us. It's big news. It's been everywhere, and people are going to continue to talk about it. And Republicans are going to run on it, and Democrats are going to try to run away from it. But it still remains that when it comes to pointing fingers, they point at us. HBCUs had to close up. Why? Because death threats were made to Black Americans over Charlie Kirk, who died in a predominantly white state at a white event held by white Americans. He was a white American, and he was shot by a white American. And for some reason, Black people over at Alabama State University need to shut down because death threats are coming to them, as well as Spelman, as well as several other historically black colleges and universities. Now, make that make sense. And instead of having people like Stephen A. Smith go after those patriots who were making death threats to Black colleges over Charlie Kirk, who said, don't have empathy for people shot, instead, I got these guys virtue signaling and gaslighting Black Americans. Why aren't you more upset, Black Americans? How dare you not feel bad for Charlie Kirk?
We're not supposed to condone stuff like this. We're not supposed to say it's okay. I don't give a damn who you are, Black, white, or anything in between. You're a human being. That's your fellow man and fellow woman out there. That's your fellow brother and fellow sister out there. You got no business thinking like that.
I've just been in turmoil all day, and my heart is hurt. It's been heavy. It's been weeping for his family. It's been weeping for his loved ones, and I don't really know the words to share.
I care about the fact that a man was gunned down in front of two of his children.
If anybody's desensitized to violence in America,
you know who was gunned down in front of his wife and children, and Charlie Kirk didn't give a shit? Dr. King, the great honorable Dr. King. No, it wasn't. Excuse me. That was Malcolm. Excuse me. Malcolm was gunned down. He didn't care about Malcolm neither. But he mocked Dr. King, though.
All of Americans could be in that condition due to the fact this happens all the damn time. It may not be televised all the time, and flags don't go to half-mast all the time, but it's still someone missing from the dinner table. It's still someone shot by guns. Before we go any further, let me let you know the Tim Black Wolfpack is dedicated, committed, 10 toes down to reporting the truth, unbiased, and not working for any political party. If that sounds good to you, go to jointimblack.com, become a member of the Tim Black Wolfpack. Black Americans getting blamed. Why are we even put in this conversation? Why is the governor of Utah even bringing up George Floyd riots or whatever? What's that got to do with Utah? All to run away from the fact that a white guy in his state, from his state, shot and killed Charlie Kirk. Instead of dealing with that, he's got to bring in something with Black America tied to it and say, well, at least we didn't do that. Yeah, 4 years ago, they were tearing up the streets. We didn't tear up any streets. If white America thought the state of Utah killed Charlie Kirk, there would have been some people burning up some stuff. There would have been some violence. There would have been some rioting. This don't even make sense what this governor was talking about. But as usual, we're going to have Black folks who are trying to get their papers straight. Black folks that want to social climb or want to build their careers, want to grow their popularity, want to get bigger, badder, and more paper by throwing black people under the bus. And this time, folks, this has nothing to do with Black America at all. I don't think Charlie Kirk was worried about Black Americans being upset with him. And I don't think, in fact, I know, I've heard in clips where he said out of his mouth, he was worried about his own safety, but not from Black Americans. He was worried about his own safety from talks about Israel and about those Epstein files. And we got these people. We got the Emmanuel Ochos and the Stephen A. Smiths and the Jason Whitlocks and the Candace Owens and all the rest of them pointing at Black Americans who have no power, that can't cancel anybody off of anything, using their smartphones, shooting a little video on TikTok saying they don't care about Charlie Kirk. They're using that. They're pointing at that and making that the point of conversation, making that the issue, because they are cowards and they don't want to call out white America with white America's white on American crime. This is a white on white issue if there ever was one. It's so white. It's white as ever. It's white out on white paper on a bright sunny day. This is that white. This is so white, you can patent it, put it in a bottle, and sell it for teeth whitener. This is the whitest story you ever going to get. And somehow, some way, it's attached. The blame, the scapegoat is Black America. Why? Because we didn't dance enough. We didn't sing enough. We didn't cry enough. We didn't get emotional enough. We didn't do a Stephen from Django enough to make them feel like we hurt like they hurt. Even for a guy that said Black people don't have the brain processing power to hold positions of authority or influence or talent or skill or ability. And the only reason why we get jobs is because we took them from a white person who was more qualified. And that's the guy we're supposed to cry about. And that's the guy I got to hear Stephen A. Smith say, how dare I and you and we not feel moved by Charlie Kirk. For the record, there was a 19-year-old young woman by the name of Dara Thompson who was thrown off a bridge and killed by an undocumented immigrant a week earlier. No one said anything. For the record, there was some kids shot at a school in Colorado the same day, and I ain't heard no one talk about it. I haven't heard them make a big deal about it. There were 2 politicians killed in Minnesota, a husband and wife. No flags at half-mast, and these were actual politicians who were elected to office.
The Republicans said they was
we go on and on and on
Antifa
about how hypocritical this is and biases are. This whole thing is. As a Black American, I like to say, keep our name out of it. And when we bring up issues that we want addressed, that we want focus on, then you can put our name in it. Then when we, how can I say? That's not what I want to say. Damn it, what I want to say is, when there are issues that we want circulated, when there are issues that we want the world to take a look at, we don't get any respect on that. We don't get any eyeballs on the issues that we really care about. You guys only want to cherry pick and amplify the stories that you want to amplify. Charlie Kirk used Black Americans to rise to prominence. His death was not our fault or our responsibility. And regardless of how any individual Black person felt about the reputation that Charlie Kirk had built for himself, that had nothing at all to do with his demise. And just because you say it did, don't make it so. My name is Tim Black. I live stream this show
Thanks to all my subs and supporters who watch, like, share, and comment on the videos. It's greatly appreciated. Anybody who would like to support the channel, the link to my book, The N-Word is No Secret in the Service, is in the description of every video. We also have the Runaway Slave store, link in the description. Go grab yourself a souvenir or something like that. Let's cook.
Bullshit! I've never been so pissed in my whole life. I just murdered Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president. I am so pissed right now. Why do they always come with fucking violence? Gosh damn it. Use your freaking words as they're talking to you people. Who shot Charlie Kirk? I'm driving in a Bravo right now. I'm so pissed. Damn it.
People, to be honest, I didn't even know who this guy Charlie Kirk was. I know more about him now in his death than I did when he was living. I may have even heard him before. I may have even used a soundbite from him before in a video or something, just off the rhetoric and not knowing who he was. I'm not sure. You know, I never listened to him on the show for more than a few minutes. Probably, I don't even know. I do not know who this guy. If somebody said, hey, who's Charlie Kirk? Point to him. I wouldn't have been able to do it, okay? I know who certain white Satanists are, like Nick Fuentes and others. I know who their coons are. I know who a few other guys are, but I didn't know who this guy is. But the thing about it is you don't have to know too many of these people, and it's not good to know too many of them. If you met one, you met them all. They're all the same people, same violent rhetoric, hateful rhetoric. That's what they do.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage. But empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy. Actually,
this video's in regards to Charlie Kirk. And this video is for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your fucking self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck. We're coming for you.
So there you go. American Horror Story type stuff. White supremacist American MAGA supporter, a conservative white man, disregards history as long as it's related to black people. Once you met one, I mean, you met them all. Now, it's very obvious that this guy was a violent white boy, called for violence, had no regard for people who had violent things happen to them, tweets, George Floyd and stuff like that, very insensitive. Me personally, people, I don't care what happens to somebody like him. Somebody like him is clearly my enemy, somebody who used their voice to promote violence himself. I don't have to say anything. I got my own rules and a protocol that I'm responsible for, and I don't have to be on the internet, you know, cheering and celebrating and all that other stuff and making jokes or whatever. But I don't care. Me, I don't care. I just keep it moving. Me, I say Allahu Alam. Now he has to deal with everything that he did, all the rhetoric that he put out, the hateful, evil things that he said. It's over, you know. But that brings me to my next part. I see a lot of coward behaviors from quite a few of you Negroes who are using this opportunity right here to soft shoe. I have my own belief about how I'll respond to these things when they happen, but I'm sure not telling nobody how to respond or how to care or what they should and shouldn't be doing, or if they're wrong or right for cheering about this on the internet. That's them. I'm not going to do that. Okay. I would never tell another black person or anyone that is wrong for them to celebrate and cheer when a violent person who claimed to be their enemy or was their enemy became a victim of violence by one of his own people, white on white violence. Speaking about black on black violence in one of the whitest states in America, he gets pushed by one of his own people. I would never tell a black person or anybody how to respond to a violent person being taken out in a violent way, especially somebody who they consider their enemy and a person who they feel hated them. He hated them. It is what it is. That's them. They want to cheer. They want to applaud or respond with cold comments, you know, like Charlie Kirk did, like this boy right here did in response to violence. So be it. They can. Again, it is what it is. If they want to cheer and applaud and respond with cold comments, okay, like Charlie Kirk did in response to violence, so be it, they can. And I noticed that I'm seeing quite a few of you bootlicks out here, quite a few of you Negroes trying to soft shoe and use this opportunity to show white people that you're a bigger person. That's also a part of cooning. I don't know, people, if you notice, when things happen, you always get these Negroes that try to pop up, you know, and act, I'm gonna show white people that I'm bigger than that. Shut up. That's coward stuff. That's tampon behavior. Actually, in my opinion, that's backdoorian behaviors. Like Corey Holcomb says, that's backdoorian type. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of you are creating a fake storyline to support your soft shoe behaviors. Ifatunde, you one of them. You out here acting like a coward. You out here acting like a coward. But I see why you have to soft shoe right now, Umar Johnson, Umar Ifatunde. I see why you have to soft shoe right now. Yeah, you acting like a coward. Yes, you're one of them. You're one of them. I read something by him. I am ashamed to see members of my community celebrating this situation. I would never ask you to mourn the loss of the enemy of our race, but to celebrate an unaliving is unacceptable. I will never rejoice at the loss of life of anyone who hasn't directly participated in the unaliving of a member of the Black African race. That's Oppie rhetoric right there. That's Oppie rhetoric right there, and that's weak, that's backdoorian type, that's cowardly. First off, Umar, any one of you other Negroes with this mindset, how do you know that he never directly participated in taking a Black person's life? That's number one. How do you know that? Do you know what kind of clubs or organizations these Satanists are with, or what they have to do or eat or, you know, act out in order to move up in rank? Do you know that, Ifatunde? Do you know? Okay, also, influential white people don't need to participate directly in an unaliving of a Black person. This is a white supremacist. This is a guy right here that some people are calling for to be president. Big platforms, very influential. Do you see how white people are responding? Okay, when you have this kind of influence, you don't need to go out with a knife or a gun and do the job. You know what I'm saying? You speak. People who worship you and idolize you, especially these sick, deranged, psychotic white Americans, they do things. You know, do you think that white supremacists who have did mass shootings of Black people, okay, just think about that, mass shootings of Black people were not influenced by some white guy who said something but didn't do nothing, wrote something, maybe out fishing, maybe at home, maybe somewhere with his boyfriend or his little boy toy, may have even passed away. You don't think people like Leopold or the Grand Wizard of a certain lodge had to go, you think that they had to go out and actually act? No, you don't. Once you become influential, your words are even more dangerous than you actually doing the act, okay? They're more dangerous. Charlie Kirk, this boy, he celebrated unalivings, brutal behavior. He called the Bell people out who were brutalized and almost killed. He was disrespectful to people who were Black who passed away and said horrible things. He called for people to be taken out. There are people saying, oh, nobody should be applauding. This man had freedom of speech. They're just words. Nobody should whip death upon a person just for words. It's just words. That's coward talk. That's maricon talk, yo. Keep it the same way it is. Keep it the same way it is. White supremacists and a lot of these coons, these weaklings, they like to take things out of context to use it to their advantage. They always do this. So they're trying to say, oh, words. When we talk about somebody saying words, just like somebody saying, hey, I don't like you. I'm a racist. I don't like Black people. I don't like DEI. Black women are ugly. Black kids are stupid. Black people are violent. Black people are dumb. Those are just words. I wouldn't care if a white supremacist said that. I would expect that from them. You know what I'm saying? They can say whatever they want. They can say what they want and feel how they want. But even from that, somebody may see you and may want to do something, but those are what you call just words. Those are just words. So that's the storyline that these Satanists and these soft shoe Negroes are trying to use. Oh, it's just words. Just for words, you shouldn't be wishing death or applauding death. This dude, Charlie Kirk, didn't use just words. He was violent. He called for violence. He mocked violent deaths. He was insensitive after acts of violence. He called for people to be bailed out after brutal episodes. He said people should be killed with guns yearly to get his point across. So how are you? Okay, how are you as a black? First, I got no expectations for Whitey. These savages, these horror story type crackers, they don't care. How are you or any other black person? Okay, any black person, period. I'm talking about anybody. I'm going to tell somebody how they should respond, how they should feel when something like this happens to somebody who would have did the same thing to them. I mean, that's ridiculous. I think that's really cowardly. That's really cowardly. And there are quite a few Negroes that I see trying to make this a heartfelt moment to appear balanced to white people. You know what I'm saying? That's some soft shoe cornery, man. That's some soft shoe cornery. I don't get it. A black person responds to a violent death of a violent white supremacist in this way, and oh well, no, that's wrong. Come on, man. You can't. You can't respond like that. That's cowardly stuff. Everything has to be balanced. Me, I respond how I want to respond. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to do that. I got my own rules and protocol for myself, and that's not what I'm going to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't care at all. I don't care, but I would never tell a black person how they should respond because they're responding like how that white guy would have responded if it happened to them. Come on, man. He was a violent person also. So there are quite a few of these sellouts and these bootleg type Negroes, whoever they may be, you know what I mean, taking this opportunity to show Whitey that they're a bigger person. Nah, you look like a bigger coward. That's what you look like. Oh, I want to appear balanced for them. You look like a coward, man. That's all it is. My thing is this: stay out of it. Stay out of it. Talk about white on white violence and why that thing happened right there, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, there are also people, black people on the internet, who are rejoicing this thing just because it's something to do. Just because they don't care about white supremacy. They don't care about things that this man might have said. They're just doing something. There are actually black people, and probably more than less, who are on the internet applauding this boy's death simply because he went against their white supremacist liberal beliefs. You got black people on the internet, you know, happy because he said something about trans people or this other weird LG stuff. A lot of listen, there were black people who applauded the death of Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. You can go back and check. There are entities, faggot outlets and things like that, rainbow outlets, who actually applauded the death of Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. So you got to remember too, a lot of these black people who may be saying yay and this and that about what happened to this boy, is only because he didn't subscribe to or he went against their white supremacist liberal beliefs. A lot of these people follow white supremacist liberal politicians, the Obama, Kamala, whatever, people, Bidens and Clintons. You know what I mean? So you never know with these people, man. And if there's anybody that says, hey, all this is fake, this ain't happened, I won't debate that either because it's so weird. I don't know. Anyway, easy. With this mindset, how do you know that?
Coffee. Follow me.